It was early October 2013, and I was 34 years old when I decided to spend some time alone in a cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. I had been going through a rough year. I was between jobs, I had ended a long relationship, and I felt like I just needed to be somewhere quiet where I could think. No phones, no people, no noise. Just trees, the sound of wind, and maybe the occasional crackling of a fire. That was the plan anyway. I found the cabin through an old friend who used to live up that way. It wasn't listed online or anything like that. Just a quiet, small place tucked away on leased land, about a mile from the nearest dirt road, and at least 10 miles from the nearest paved road. It had been used mostly during hunting season, but for the last few years it had just been sitting there empty. I had to hike in with all my supplies, food, water, propane, and everything else I thought I might need. The cabin had no power, no running water, and no cell service. It wasn't fancy, but that's what I wanted. It took most of the afternoon to reach the cabin from where I parked my truck. The path was barely a trail, just an old logging road that had overgrown with brush. I had to stop and check my bearings a few times with a compass and printed map. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked exactly how I remembered it from years back. Wood walls darkened with age, a tin roof, and a small porch on the front that leaned just a little too much to one side. Inside, the cabin was only about 20 feet wide and maybe 30 feet long. It had a small table with 2 chairs, an old couch with a couple tiers in it, and a single bed with a heavy wool blanket. There was a cast iron stove for heat, a small cupboard with some empty mason jars and rusted utensils, and one window on each wall. The windows were the kind with no screens, just glass you could prop open with a stick if you wanted air. I spent the first hour sweeping out dead leaves and mouse droppings with a worn-out broom I found behind the door. It smelled dusty and stale, like wood rot and old clothes, but not in a bad way, just old. I got settled by sunset, lit a small fire in the stove using some kindling and wood left stacked outside, and cooked up a can of soup on a portable propane burner I had brought with me. That first night was exactly what I wanted. I sat by the fire and listened to the forest outside. Just wind and leaves and the occasional snap of a branch. I went to bed early, around 9, with the fire still crackling softly. I slept better than I had in months. The second day was just as quiet. I woke up early, made instant coffee with bottled water I had boiled, and spent the morning reading an old paperback. I went for a short hike later in the day, walking east of the cabin along what used to be a snowmobile trail. There were no signs of people. No tire tracks, no footprints, nothing. It felt like I was the last person left in that part of the world. That night, after another simple meal, I sat outside on the porch for a while. The temperature had dropped, and the sky was perfectly clear. I could see stars so bright they didn't look real. The silence was so complete it almost rang in my ears. I went to bed early again. I don't know exactly what woke me up that night, but I sat up in bed sometime after midnight with my heart pounding. The fire had gone out. The cabin was freezing cold. I held my breath and listened. There wasn't any sound. No wind, no animals. Just a heavy stillness pressing in on all sides. I told myself it was nothing, maybe a dream. I got up, threw on a coat, and relit the fire using a match and some leftover embers. After the stove started warming up, I sat in the chair next to it for a bit. I noticed then that the front door wasn't latched. It was shut, but not latched. I was sure I had latched it. I got up and checked it. There were no marks on the wood, no scratches or anything like that. I looked out through the front window but saw only darkness. Could have been wind, I told myself. Or maybe I just forgot to latch it. I wasn't used to the door yet. I pushed it shut, slid the wooden bar across the frame, and sat back down. I didn't go back to bed right away. Something just felt off. Not like fear exactly, just unease. I stared at the stove for a long time until the room warmed up again. Eventually, I laid back down under the wool blanket and closed my eyes. The next day was colder. I spent the morning chopping some fallen branches I had found nearby and stacking them next to the porch for easier access. I tried not to think about the door from the night before. I convinced myself I had just been tired and had made a mistake. After lunch, I took another walk, this time west toward the lake I remembered from years back. It was about a 30-minute walk through thick trees and rocky hills. When I got there, the water was lower than I expected. The shoreline was covered in fallen leaves and animal tracks. When I turned to head back to the cabin, I noticed something strange. About 50 feet away from the lake, there was a pile of small rocks stacked in a little tower, maybe 2 feet high. It didn't look like a natural formation. The rocks were too neatly arranged. I walked over to it and stared for a while. It was just 5 or 6 stones stacked neatly on top of each other. I didn't touch it. Something about it just seemed out of place. When I got back to the cabin, it was already late afternoon. I made another small fire and cooked up some rice and beans from a vacuum-sealed pack. That night, I stayed up a bit later, keeping the fire going longer. I felt the same uneasy pressure around the cabin as the night before. It was too quiet. Even in remote areas, you expect to hear a few owls or coyotes or some animal sounds. But this was silence. Thick, heavy silence. I went to bed around 11. Again, sometime in the night, I woke up suddenly. This time, it was different. I knew what woke me. There was a sound outside, a distinct crunching of leaves, like someone stepping slowly just beyond the front porch. I held still in bed, barely breathing. I listened for a long time. Another crunch, then silence, then again closer. I got out of bed slowly, pulled on a jacket, and grabbed the flashlight I had hanging from a nail. I didn't turn it on right away. I waited. I moved toward the front window and stood to the side of it, trying to peek out without being seen. I couldn't see anything in the dark. I finally flicked on the flashlight and aimed it through the window. The beam lit up the trees in front of the cabin, but there was nothing. No person, no animal. I stood there for a while before I unlatched the door and stepped out onto the porch. The cold air hit me hard, and I listened again. Nothing. I walked a few feet around the cabin, shining the light on the ground. That's when I saw them, footprints. Human footprints. Barefoot. They were right there in the frost-covered dirt, just a few feet from the porch. They looked fresh. I followed them with the light for maybe 10 feet until they disappeared into the trees. I didn't go any farther. I went back inside, locked the door, and dragged the small table in front of it. I sat up the rest of the night, fire crackling beside me, flashlight in my lap. I didn't sleep at all. In the morning, I found more tracks. They circled the cabin. They were barefoot but not small like a child's. These were adult-sized prints. I followed them around back where the window was a few inches open from the stick I had left in it the day before. The stick was gone. The window was shut. I hadn't closed it. I packed up most of my things that morning and decided to head back to the truck. But the path was different. Something had been dragged across it. Small branches had been snapped along the way, like someone had tried to cover something up. I kept walking, pushing through the trail, until I found what I had feared. My truck tires were slashed. All 4, and not just punctured, but cut clean across the sidewalls. I stood there for a long time, not moving, heart pounding. My truck was parked on a ridge, and the area around it was muddy. I checked the ground and found more of those same barefoot tracks, walking right up to the truck and back toward the woods. I had no cell service, no radio. I was alone. I knew I couldn't hike out. The nearest highway was more than 10 miles away through dense forest with no real trail. I could easily get turned around. I had to go back to the cabin. I spent that whole day blocking the windows from the inside using furniture and leftover boards. I made sure every crack was covered. I built a fire early, filled all my water containers from the barrels I had stored outside, and set out every bit of food I had. I didn't know how long I would be stuck. I had maybe 5 days of food left if I rationed it carefully. That night, I sat in the middle of the cabin with the fire low and my flashlight in my hand. I didn't sleep. Sometime after midnight, I heard movement again. This time, it wasn't cautious steps or a branch snap. It was heavier, faster. Something ran past the front porch, then back the other way, then stopped. There was a tap on the front wall. Just one. Then nothing. I stayed like that until sunrise, heart racing, eyes open, flashlight dead. For 3 days, this continued. Each night, more noise, tapping, footsteps. Once I heard breathing outside the back window. Deep, slow breaths like I want to tell you about the worst weekend I ever spent in my life. It all started in the fall of 2014, when I was 28 years old. I'd been living in a small town called Cedar Ridge, somewhere in northern Michigan, near the vast forests that stretch for miles without any sign of civilization. I worked in a regular office job, but I loved the outdoors. One day, I decided to rent a cabin deep in the woods, away from the noise and distractions of the town. Just me and nature for a few days. The cabin was about a 2-hour drive from Cedar Ridge. I found it online. A small, rustic place owned by a man who rarely rented it out. He described it as perfect for solitude and quiet, which sounded ideal. When I arrived on a late Thursday afternoon, the sun was already low in the sky. The narrow dirt road leading to the cabin was rough, filled with potholes and covered in fallen leaves. The trees stood tall on both sides, their branches thick with gold and red leaves. The cabin was made of dark brown logs, small but sturdy. It sat on a slight hill, surrounded by thick forest. No neighbors in sight. The front porch creaked under my weight as I stepped inside. The inside smelled like old wood and faint pine. A small wood stove sat in the corner, some firewood stacked neatly nearby. A kitchen with a basic stove and sink, a table with 2 chairs, and a single bedroom with a small bed filled the tiny space. No Wi-Fi, no cell phone signal. Perfect for disconnecting. I unpacked my few belongings and started a fire in the stove. The wood crackled and gave off a comforting warmth. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves, and the forest was already darkening. I had brought books, some canned food, and water. No plans to leave until Sunday. The first night was peaceful. I listened to the wind and the occasional hoot of an owl. I fell asleep wrapped in a thick blanket, feeling calm and isolated in the best way. The next day, Friday, I decided to explore the area. The cabin owner had given me a map marking some trails nearby. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, a flashlight, and my phone, even though I knew the signal was weak. The trail started behind the cabin, a narrow path through thick trees, with dry leaves crunching under my boots. The forest was quiet except for the sounds of birds and the occasional rustle of squirrels. I walked for about 2 hours, going deeper than I expected. The air was cool, and the sun filtered through the branches. I kept an eye on the map, making sure I could find my way back. At one point, I noticed the trail split into 2. One path seemed less worn and narrower than the other. I chose the wider path, assuming it was safer. After about 30 minutes, I stopped to rest on a fallen log. I drank water and ate some trail mix. That's when I heard it. A faint snapping sound coming from behind me, like a branch breaking underfoot. I turned quickly but saw nothing. Maybe a deer or some other animal. I tried to shake off the feeling but felt a bit uneasy. I kept walking, but the woods started to feel different. The trees grew closer together, and the light dimmed. The path became muddier, and the leaves were thicker. I checked the map again. I realized I had taken a wrong turn somewhere because the landmarks didn't match. I started to feel a bit of panic rising. I tried to backtrack, but the trail was confusing. Branches scraped my jacket, and the wind made a low whistle through the trees. I looked at my phone, no signal. My heart beat faster. I kept walking, trying to find the main trail again. Then I saw something strange. A worn-down hunting stand about 20 feet ahead. It looked old, with rotting wood and rusted nails. I'd never noticed it on the map. Suddenly, I heard another sound. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving on dry leaves not far from me. I froze. My eyes scanned the forest but saw no one. The footsteps stopped. I told myself it was probably just a hunter or someone else camping nearby, but the idea made me nervous. I decided to head back to the cabin immediately. The sun was getting low. I hurried along the path, watching every sound. As I walked faster, the footsteps started again, this time closer, matching my pace. I dared not look behind me, fearing what I might see. My breath came faster. I felt like I was being followed. I tried to pick up the pace, but my boots slipped on wet leaves. The footsteps kept pace, steady and unchanging. Then I heard a low grunt, almost like a human sound but rough and quiet. I broke into a run, heart pounding in my chest, lungs burning. The trees blurred past me. I didn't dare look back. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I burst onto the main trail, the one that led directly to the cabin. I didn't stop running until I saw the cabin's roof through the trees. I reached the cabin and slammed the door behind me, locking it quickly. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath. The sun was just a few minutes from setting. Shadows crept around the windows. I tried to calm down, telling myself I must have imagined everything. Maybe a deer or some other animal. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every small noise made me jump. The wind howled through the trees, and every creak of the cabin sounded like footsteps outside. I kept the wood stove burning all night, the fire crackling and making the space feel safe. The next morning, Saturday, I stayed inside mostly. I cooked some breakfast on the stove and read a book. Still, I kept watching the windows, expecting to see someone outside. In the afternoon, I finally decided I had to check the perimeter of the cabin. I took a flashlight and walked slowly around the cabin. The forest was silent. On the ground near the back door, I saw something strange. Footprints. They looked like heavy boots larger than mine. They started at the edge of the clearing and led to the cabin. My stomach twisted. I followed the footprints to the woods behind the cabin. They disappeared about 30 feet in. I looked for any other signs. Broken branches, discarded trash, but found nothing. That night was even worse than the first. I kept hearing noises, branches snapping, low grunts, heavy breathing just outside the cabin. I didn't dare open the door. I kept the stove burning and stayed close to the windows, watching. When I finally managed a few hours of restless sleep, it was already early Sunday morning. I decided I had had enough. I packed my things quickly, double-checked the cabin for anything left behind, and locked the door. The drive back to Cedar Ridge was tense. Every bump on the road made me jump. When I finally reached town, I felt like I could breathe again. I reported the footprints and sounds to the cabin owner, but he said no one had been near the cabin recently. I never went back. Looking back, I think the person following me must have been a hunter or maybe someone living rough in the woods. The isolation made me vulnerable. The forest was beautiful, but it hid dangers I wasn't prepared for. Since then, I haven't gone camping alone anywhere so remote. That weekend taught me to respect the wilderness and be cautious about who else might be out there, unseen. The cabin was peaceful on the surface, but underneath, it held an edge of something real and dangerous. I don't know if whoever was out there meant to hurt me or was just watching, but I wasn't gonna find out. I'm just glad I made it out. My name is Evan. I was 34 when this happened. It was the summer of 2016. I had just gone through a rough year. I quit a job I hated in Calgary, broken up with someone I thought I'd marry, and I was burned out from too much time around people. I needed to reset. That's why I booked the trip. A friend of a friend owned an old off-grid fishing cabin on a lake called Bearstone Lake in central British Columbia. It was one of those places you couldn't find on Google Maps unless you really zoomed in. No cell reception, no Wi-Fi, just trees, water, and silence. That was exactly what I wanted. I booked the place for a whole week. The owner, a guy named Ron who lived out in Prince George, gave me a warning in the email he sent confirming the reservation. The place is remote. Come prepared. Wildlife and weather can both turn fast. Don't expect help nearby. That didn't bother me. I grew up hiking and camping in Alberta. I'd handled bears before with nothing but bear spray. I liked being away from everything. It gave me space to breathe. Looking back now, I wish I'd listened more carefully to that warning. It took nearly 9 hours to drive from Calgary to the lake. I had to leave the main road for a dirt logging path that wound through thick spruce forests. The gravel was loose in places, and more than once I had to slow down to let a deer or a rabbit dart across. The trees got denser the farther I drove, and by the time I reached the final fork in the road, marked by a hand-painted sign that just said Bearstone, I hadn't seen another car in over 2 hours. I pulled into the clearing around 6:30 p.m. The sun was still high, casting long shadows between the trees. The cabin sat a few feet above the lake on a low hill. It was small and plain. Dark brown logs, green tin roof, and a narrow wooden deck looking out over the water. The lake itself was like glass, dead calm. Not a single boat or ripple, just forest all around, dense and green and quiet. The air smelled of pine and moss and that dampness that always comes with untouched woods. I cut the engine and sat there for a minute, just soaking in the silence. It was the first time in months I felt my shoulders relax. The cabin had no power, but it did have a propane stove, an old wood stove for heat, and a rainwater collection tank hooked up to a spigot in the kitchen. There was a small solar battery just for the lights, and a two-way radio mounted to the wall in case of emergencies. I didn't plan on using it. I brought a week's worth of canned food, instant coffee, oatmeal, some books, and my fishing gear. That first night I unpacked, made a small fire outside, grilled a couple sausages on a pan, and watched the sun sink down over the trees across the lake. It was perfect. I slept better than I had in months that night. The air was cool, and the thick logs kept the wind out. When I woke up the next morning, it was still and overcast, with fog hanging low over the water. That day I fished. I caught 2 decent-sized lake trout within an hour and cleaned them on the dock. I spent the afternoon reading, then paddled around the shoreline in the aluminum canoe tied to the dock. The lake was wider than I expected, maybe 2 miles across, maybe more, and it curved around to the northwest. I followed it around a bend and saw what looked like another dock half sunk near the far shore. But I didn't get closer. The water was calm, and the light was fading. I figured I'd check it out another day. That second night, I heard something outside. It was past midnight. I'd just gotten into my sleeping bag when I heard the crunch of footsteps on the gravel. Slow, 1 step at a time. I sat up, heart already racing. There was no light outside. I hadn't seen another person the whole day. I waited, holding my breath. The steps stopped just outside the door. Then nothing. No knock, no voice, no more movement. I stayed up for over an hour, listening. I finally convinced myself it was an animal, maybe a moose or a bear. Still, I left my boots on and kept the axe next to the bed. When morning came, I stepped outside and looked around the clearing. There were no tracks, no prints in the gravel or near the fire pit. I even checked around the edge of the trees. Nothing. I told myself I was being paranoid, that isolation was getting to me. I forced myself to go fishing again to take my mind off it. That day, I paddled back to the far end of the lake to check out that other dock I'd seen. As I got closer, I saw it wasn't just a dock. There was another cabin, half hidden in the trees. It looked abandoned. The roof sagged in the middle, and part of the front wall was missing. I got out of the canoe and walked up the overgrown trail that led to the door. The inside was empty except for an old rusted bed frame, a shattered lamp, and piles of leaves blown in through the holes in the wall. It looked like no one had been there in years. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stayed only a few minutes, then got back in the canoe and paddled straight home. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the footsteps, about that cabin. Around 2 a.m., I heard the crunch of gravel again. This time it was faster, heavier. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and grabbed the axe. There were no windows on that side of the cabin, just the door and solid wall. The steps stopped again just outside. Then came the creak of the porch step. Someone was on the deck. I stayed completely still, axe in hand, barely breathing. After a full minute of silence, I heard something else. A sound I can only describe as wet dragging, like something being pulled slowly across the wood. I didn't sleep at all that night. When the sun came up, I ran outside and checked the porch. There was a smear of dark red on one of the boards. Blood. It wasn't fresh, already drying, but it hadn't been there the day before. I checked around the cabin. I circled the clearing. Still no tracks. No sign of a vehicle. No boot prints. I even walked to the start of the trail that led back to the logging road. Nothing. That's when I realized how truly alone I was. I hadn't seen another person in 3 days. I hadn't heard a plane or a car or even a chainsaw. If something happened to me out here, no one would find me for weeks. I wanted to leave, but part of me, the stubborn part, told me not to overreact. I told myself it was maybe an injured animal. Maybe a deer had limped onto the deck in the night. The smear wasn't that big. I wiped it up with a rag and tried to forget it. That afternoon, I went back to the canoe and paddled out again, mostly just to get away from the cabin. I didn't fish. I just drifted near the center of the lake. That's when I saw it. Floating near the south shore was something that didn't belong. A blue tarp, bundled and tied. I paddled toward it slowly. It was caught on a dead branch near the shore. I reached out and hooked it with my paddle. It was heavy. I dragged it onto the rocks and opened it. Inside were clothes, wet, torn clothes, a pair of jeans, a flannel shirt, and a hiking boot with the laces still tied. The shirt had what looked like a deep slash across the front. There was no wallet, no ID, just clothes, soaked, muddy, torn. I stared at it for a long time. Then I rewrapped the tarp and shoved it into the back of the canoe. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to leave it there. Back at the cabin, I unrolled it again in the clearing and looked closer. The boot had a name written inside the tongue in black marker. I searched the cabin for the radio. It was mounted by the kitchen window, a dusty old two-way with a cracked plastic casing. I turned it on and tried the emergency channel. Static. I tried the next. Nothing. I kept flipping until I found a faint voice. Pete. Winds 15 out of the east. Risk of. It was just a weather station. I gave up and sat on the deck with the axe on my lap until sunset. That night, I barricaded the door with the table. I didn't sleep. At 3 a.m., the footsteps came again. But this time, they circled the cabin. I heard them move around the side, crunching, slow, deliberate. Then came a tap on the back wall. Just once. Then silence. I stayed frozen in bed, axe still in my hands until daylight. That morning, I left. I packed everything in my truck, threw the tarp and the clothes in the bed, and drove the hell out of there. I didn't stop until I reached cell service 3 hours later. I called the RCMP. They met me at a gas station outside Canal. I told them everything. I gave them the tarp, the clothes, the name in the boot. I showed them the spot on the map where the cabin was. They asked if I'd touched anything at the other cabin across the lake. I said no. They took notes, asked if I'd seen anyone. I hadn't. I gave a full statement and went home. 2 weeks later, they called me back. They said they found the remains of a man in the woods near the second cabin. Said he'd been dead for over a month. Cause of death was unclear. Animals had gotten to the body, but they ruled it suspicious. The clothes matched. The boot matched. His name was Gregory Ramsey, 42, hiker from Vancouver, reported missing in early June. They asked me to come in again. My name is Alex Turner. It was the summer of 2017, and I was 29 years old. I worked a regular office job in Portland, Oregon, and I decided to take a few days off to escape the city's noise and stress. I wanted something quiet, simple, and peaceful. I had found a small cabin listed on a rental website, tucked deep in the woods of the Cascade Mountains, near a place called Pine Ridge. It was far enough away from the nearest town to be alone, but not so far I'd be completely cut off. The pictures showed a rustic wooden cabin with a stone chimney, surrounded by tall pines and firs, and a small creek running close by. It looked like a perfect place to clear my head. The day I left, the sky was clear and the sun was warm. I packed my backpack with essentials. Some clothes, canned food, a bottle of water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, a map of the area, and a few books to read. I also took my phone, but I wasn't expecting to get much service out there. The drive was about 2 hours from Portland. The road was narrow and winding, climbing higher into the mountains. Pine trees stretched endlessly on both sides. Occasionally, I saw small clearings with wildflowers or patches of moss covering fallen logs. The air was fresh and smelled of pine needles and earth. I arrived just before sunset. The cabin was exactly as shown in the pictures. Weathered wood with a few small cracks, windows with curtains drawn, and smoke curling from the chimney. It stood on a slight slope with a dirt path leading down to the creek. There was a stack of firewood neatly piled beside the porch, and an old metal lantern hung next to the door. The place looked well cared for, but clearly not new. It had a simple charm. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin was small but cozy, with a single main room that served as living room, kitchen, and dining area. A wood stove sat in the corner with a blackened chimney pipe rising through the ceiling. A small table and 2 chairs were near the window. The floor was rough pine boards. A door to the left led to a tiny bedroom with a bed, a dresser, and a small window overlooking the forest. To the right was a bathroom with a composting toilet and a small sink. No running water, no electricity, just the basics. I set my backpack down and unpacked a few things. Then I gathered some firewood from the stack and started a fire in the stove. The cabin began to warm up quickly, and the smell of burning wood filled the air. Outside, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. I sat by the window and watched the forest darken. Birds stopped singing, and the sounds of the forest changed. The rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the soft trickle of the creek. The silence was deep, but not empty. It was a living silence, like the forest itself was breathing. After a simple dinner of canned beans and crackers, I settled into the bed with a book. The cabin was quiet except for the crackling fire and the occasional creak of the old wooden walls settling. I felt peaceful, almost too peaceful, but I didn't think much of it. I was here to relax. Later that night, I woke up feeling cold. The fire had died down. I got up, added more wood, and sat back by the window. Outside, the moon was bright, lighting the trees in a silver glow. I could hear the creek clearly now, flowing steadily nearby. As I stared into the woods, something caught my eye, a movement quick and sharp, a flash of something between the trees. I blinked, but it was gone. Maybe a deer or a raccoon. I wasn't worried. I told myself it was nothing, but then I heard another sound, a crunching noise, like footsteps on dry leaves, coming from the woods behind the cabin. It was slow and deliberate, not like an animal scampering, but heavier. I froze, listening. The sound stopped. I strained my eyes, but the darkness swallowed everything beyond the small circle of moonlight. I tried to tell myself I was imagining things, maybe a hiker or a hunter passing through. I reminded myself I was alone in the woods, and it was natural to feel a bit uneasy. I went back to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined the footsteps getting closer. I kept checking the windows and the door, making sure they were locked tight. The cabin felt smaller now, the walls pressing in. The night stretched on endlessly. The next morning, I decided to explore the area before the sun got too high. I put on my boots, grabbed my backpack, and walked along the dirt path toward the creek. The water was clear and cold. I followed the creek upstream for about half a mile. The forest was dense here, with thick underbrush and fallen logs covered in moss. The air smelled damp and earthy. As I walked, I noticed signs of wildlife, broken branches, claw marks on tree trunks, and fresh animal tracks in the mud. But something else caught my attention. Strange markings on a tree. It looked like scratches, but they were too deep and uneven to be natural. They formed a rough pattern, almost like someone had tried to carve symbols or letters. The bark was peeled away in places. I took a photo with my phone, curious but unsettled. Why would someone carve something here? This was supposed to be a quiet, untouched place. I continued walking, but I kept looking over my shoulder. The forest felt too quiet, like it was watching me. I saw no other people, no signs of recent human activity besides the cabin. Still, the feeling of being watched stayed with me. Back at the cabin, I spent the afternoon reading and chopping wood for the stove. I tried to shake off the strange feeling from the morning. When night came again, I made sure the fire was roaring before going to bed. But the footsteps returned. This time, they circled the cabin slowly, stopping and starting. I could hear twigs snapping, leaves rustling. The sound was outside, just beyond the porch light's glow. I wanted to call the police, but I had no signal. My phone showed no service. I felt trapped. I stayed awake for hours, listening. At one point, the footsteps stopped directly outside the cabin door. I could hear heavy breathing. My heart pounded. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Then, suddenly, the footsteps moved away, retreating into the darkness. The next day, I decided to leave. I packed quickly and drove down the mountain road back to Portland. I told myself it was just an animal or a hiker playing tricks, but I knew it wasn't. Something wasn't right in those woods. I tried to put the experience behind me, but I couldn't. Something about the cabin stayed in my mind. I started researching the area and talking to locals near Pine Ridge. I learned the forest had a history. Years ago, a small community had lived there, but it had slowly vanished. There were stories of illegal logging, land disputes, and people going missing. Some said the area attracted drifters and criminals because it was so remote. The strange markings on the tree, I found out they were probably from a local group marking territory, or warnings left by people living rough in the forest. It all made sense. The footsteps, the feeling of being watched. It wasn't ghosts or spirits, but people. Maybe desperate, dangerous people who didn't want outsiders around. I realized the cabin was a trap of sorts, isolated and vulnerable. No cell service, miles from help. The perfect place for someone to watch and wait without being seen. I was lucky to get away. I never returned, and I warn anyone thinking of renting cabins deep in the woods to be careful. Nature can be peaceful, but it can also hide threats far worse than any ghost story. Looking back, I know now that the scariest things aren't monsters or legends. They are real people and real dangers. The wilderness doesn't care about you. It's indifferent. But when people with bad intentions mix with that isolation, it becomes a very different kind of scary. I never saw the people who made those footsteps. I never saw anyone outside the cabin, but I could feel them, watching, waiting, and that feeling stayed with me long after I left Pine Ridge. Sometimes, the silence of the forest is louder than any scream. It was early October 2018. I was 33 years old, burned out, and tired of everything. I had been working nonstop at a logistics firm in Milwaukee. Long hours, short weekends, barely sleeping, always behind on deadlines. I felt like I was stuck in this loop where I'd wake up, go to work, come home, eat something microwaved, scroll through my phone in bed, fall asleep too late, then do it all again. I wasn't taking care of myself. My hands would shake from caffeine, my legs would twitch at night, and my chest constantly felt tight. One Friday afternoon, I hit a wall. My boss sent an email telling me a report I had spent weeks on was being thrown out. I opened the email, closed my laptop, and walked out without saying anything. I knew I needed to take a break before something snapped in my brain. That night, I poured a glass of whiskey, sat on the floor of my apartment, and started scrolling through rental sites. I looked for something quiet, away from everything. No people, no noise, no signal. I found a cabin in northern Minnesota, about 20 miles west of Ely, near the edge of the Superior National Forest. The listing was basic, one bedroom with stove, no Wi-Fi, no TV, no running water. The photos showed a faded little A-frame surrounded by trees, with a narrow dirt path leading off into the woods. The cabin sat next to a small frozen pond. It was perfect. I booked it for 10 days starting the next Tuesday. That Monday, I packed my Jeep with supplies, canned food, a water jug, some paperbacks, firewood, a small camping stove, sleeping bag, first aid kit, flashlight, knives, extra clothes, and a radio. I left at dawn the next morning, driving through the whole length of Wisconsin across Duluth, and then inland on narrower and narrower roads. The trees turned orange and gold as I drove north. My shoulders started to loosen up. By the time I reached the turnoff to the cabin, it was nearly 5 p.m. The GPS lost signal half an hour earlier. I followed a dirt track barely wide enough for the Jeep. The forest thickened around me, dark and quiet. After about 15 minutes of creeping down that road, I saw the cabin. It looked even smaller in person. The roof was covered in leaves. The walls were stained and gray with age. There was a stack of chopped wood off to the side. The front steps creaked as I walked up to the door. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and dust. The air was cold, but clean. The furniture was simple: one cot, a small table, a wooden chair, and a shelf with a few old pans and mugs. There was an old cast iron stove in the corner. I didn't mind the cold. I unloaded the Jeep, lit a fire in the stove, and made myself a can of chili on the camp stove. That night, I sat by the fire, reading and listening to the wind moving through the trees. There was no sound but that. No traffic, no texts, no people. I fell asleep early and hard. For the next few days, I settled into a rhythm. I'd wake up at sunrise, boil some water for instant coffee, take a short walk through the woods, come back, read, chop some wood, make a simple meal, and sit outside watching the light shift through the trees. It was the first time in years that my mind felt quiet. My phone stayed off. I stopped checking the time. I wrote in a notebook just whatever came to mind. I even sketched the cabin and some of the trees. It was peaceful, but on the 5th day, something felt off. Started small. That morning, I went out to pee behind the cabin and noticed faint footprints in the mud near the edge of the pond. They weren't mine. I hadn't been near that side in 2 days. The prints were fresh and too large for any animal I could think of. They looked human, but wide and with a deep heel. I thought maybe it had been someone out hiking, though the nearest house was at least 5 miles away. I brushed it off. That night, around 1 a.m., I woke up to a soft thud outside the cabin. Not an animal scurrying or branches falling. Something heavier. I sat up, heart pounding. The fire had burned down low. I reached for my flashlight and turned it on, but the batteries were dead. I grabbed the axe from beside the door and stepped outside barefoot. The cold bit into my skin. I stood still for a minute, listening. The forest was silent. No wind, no birds, nothing. I waited for a sound, but I didn't hear anything else. Eventually, I went back inside and stoked the fire. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. On the far side, near the trees, I found a spot where something had been dragged across the ground. Lines in the dirt like a heavy tarp or fabric. No blood, no bones, but the marks were fresh. They hadn't been there the day before. I also noticed the firewood stack looked different. 2 logs were missing. I tried to convince myself I had used them and forgotten. Still, I started locking the cabin door at night. By day 7, the feeling of peace was gone. I felt watched. Whenever I stepped outside, I kept looking over my shoulder. I stopped going on long walks. I'd sit with my back to the wall. My chest felt tight again. I started keeping the axe beside me at all times, even when I went to the outhouse. That night, I woke up to scratching. It was slow, deliberate. Something was scraping the wall behind the cot. I froze. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, then stopped. I waited, holding my breath, staring at the dark ceiling. Then it happened again, scraping closer this time, as if someone was dragging a stick along the outside wall. I reached for my flashlight again. Still dead. I held the axe tight and listened. Then I heard the back door creak. There was a second entrance near the kitchen. I had bolted it. I was sure I had. I jumped up and moved toward it, breathing hard, trying not to make a sound. I put my hand on the bolt. It was still in place, but I could feel cold air leaking through the seam. The door had been pulled outward, just enough to crack the seal. I wedged a chair against it and stayed up the rest of the night, axe in hand, fire burning high. The first light, I went outside. There were no fresh footprints, but there were long scratches on the wall, right behind where my head had been. 5 deep, straight lines about 6 feet off the ground. I packed my things in silence. I had planned to stay 3 more days, but I couldn't take it anymore. I threw everything in the Jeep and got ready to leave. But when I turned the key, nothing happened. The engine didn't even click. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood, checked the battery, the cables, everything looked fine. It had been working perfectly the day before. I tried not to panic. I had jumper cables, but nothing to hook them to. I grabbed my radio, but I couldn't get a signal. Not even static. I climbed up on the roof of the cabin, thinking I might get a bar of cell service. Nothing. The nearest road was about 9 miles south. I had seen it on the map. I could hike it, but I'd have to leave everything behind. I filled my backpack with water, food, the flashlight, matches, the axe, and the emergency flare. I set out at noon, heading down the trail. I hadn't gone more than a mile when I found something strange. Hanging from a low branch was a shirt, faded green, torn, flapping in the breeze. It looked old, like it had been there for a while. On the ground below it were more footprints. Big ones, not mine. Not boot prints, bare feet. Deep, wide, and dirty. Whoever they belonged to wasn't wearing shoes. I moved faster. Around 3 p.m., the forest started to look unfamiliar. The trail had faded. I checked my compass. I was going south, or at least I thought I was. But everything felt wrong. I stopped and listened. I could hear something moving. Not far. Branches cracking. I turned and saw nothing. But I kept walking. I moved fast, breathing hard. Every few minutes, I'd hear that same soft sound. Twigs snapping behind me. I didn't look back. By evening, I knew I was lost. I found a small clearing and decided to light a fire. I set up a rough shelter using a tarp and some branches, then sat with my axe on my lap, the flames high. I didn't sleep. At some point during the night, I heard something far off, howling, but not an animal. Not a wolf. It was human, but not right. It was like someone screaming into a pillow, muffled, strange. It echoed, bouncing through the trees. I sat there shaking until morning. When the sun came up, I kept walking. I moved in what I hoped was a straight line. I found a stream and followed it south. I walked for hours. Around noon, I saw something between the trees. It was a shed, old wooden, leaning to one side. I thought it might belong to a ranger station or an old trapper's cabin. I ran to it, heart racing. The door was hanging open. Inside, it was empty except for a rusted shovel, a few old cans, and a broken cot. But there was something else. On the wall, scratched into the wood, were tally marks. Dozens of them. Hundreds. All in groups of 5. I stopped counting after 30 seconds. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. After a rough year working at the factory and feeling drained all the time, I decided I needed a break. Just me, a cabin, and the quiet woods of Pine Ridge, a small town tucked away in the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia. It was September 2014 when I drove up to the cabin, a little over 2 hours from my home in Charleston. I was 29 years old then, working as a welder, and never took much time off. This was supposed to be my getaway, a chance to recharge and be alone with my thoughts. The cabin was small but cozy, built mostly of dark wood logs. It sat near the edge of a clearing surrounded by towering pine trees. The roof was covered in old wooden shingles that looked weathered, but the place seemed sturdy enough. The windows were thick glass with a slight tint from years of dust and tree sap. The driveway was a dirt track that curved through the forest before ending in a small parking space right beside the cabin. I had found the place through a rental website. The owner, an older man named Frank, was polite over the phone. He warned me about the patchy cell service and mentioned that the cabin didn't have Wi-Fi. That was fine by me. I wanted to disconnect anyway. When I pulled up, the late afternoon sun was dipping behind the mountains. The air smelled crisp and piney. I took a deep breath, feeling a small rush of relief to be away from city noise. The only sounds were birds, a distant woodpecker tapping, and the faint rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. The cabin was simple inside. There was a small living area with a couch and an old fireplace, a tiny kitchen with basic appliances, and a loft bedroom. The floor creaked slightly under my boots. I dropped my bags, flicked on the small lamp by the couch, and opened the windows to let in the fresh air. Outside, the forest looked endless and darkened by the evening. I unpacked my things and set out to explore the area. There was a small trail that ran behind the cabin, marked faintly by some orange paint on trees. I grabbed my flashlight and water bottle and started down the path, wanting to stretch my legs before nightfall. The trail was narrow and uneven, covered in pine needles and broken twigs. The trees grew close together, their branches forming a dense canopy. It was peaceful but also a little eerie. I could hear the crunch of my boots on the forest floor and the distant call of a barred owl. I walked for about an hour before turning back. When I returned, the sky had turned dark, and the stars were sharp points in the cold night air. I built a small fire in the outdoor pit and sat nearby, warming my hands. The crackle of flames was the only sound apart from the occasional snapping of a twig or the hoot of the owl. I made some instant soup on the stove and settled in for the night. That first night, I slept well. The cabin was quiet except for the occasional creak of wood settling. I woke up early the next morning to the sun filtering through the trees. I spent the day hiking the trails near the cabin. The forest was thick and old, full of ferns, moss-covered rocks, and wildflowers. I felt good, almost like I was starting to heal from the stress I'd been carrying. The next few days passed much the same. I cooked simple meals, read some books I brought along, and walked the trails. I kept my phone off most of the time. The signal was weak anyway. Occasionally, I thought I saw movement in the trees, shadows that didn't quite match the shapes of branches or animals, but I told myself it was just my imagination or small creatures moving about. One afternoon, as I was exploring a trail that led further into the woods, I noticed something odd. There was an area where the trees were unusually sparse, almost like someone had cleared them out. The ground was bare dirt, with a few broken branches scattered around. At first, I thought maybe it was a natural clearing, but then I saw tire tracks pressed deep into the earth. Someone had driven a vehicle through here recently. Curious, I followed the tracks. They led deeper into the woods, past where I had been before. The path became rougher and steeper. After a while, I heard the faint hum of an engine. I paused, heart pounding. The noise was coming from just beyond a ridge. I carefully climbed up and looked over the edge. There, in a small clearing, was an old pickup truck. It was rusty and dented, parked near a pile of chopped wood and some discarded cans. There was no one around. Something about it didn't feel right. The truck looked abandoned, but the engine was warm, and the smell of gasoline was strong. I quickly backed away, deciding not to linger. That evening back at the cabin, I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows. I tried not to let myself get worried. After all, this was a public forest area, and maybe some locals had used the spot for chopping firewood. Still, I made a mental note to stay alert. A couple of nights later, around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. The cabin was cold, and the fire in the pit outside had died down. I could hear faint noises outside, soft footsteps crunching on leaves, barely louder than a whisper. I stayed still in bed, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped near the cabin, then moved away slowly. My heart was pounding. I had left a kitchen knife on the table next to me. I grabbed it just in case. I lay awake the rest of the night, too anxious to sleep. When morning came, I found a single footprint pressed into the soft dirt just outside the porch. It was a muddy boot print, larger than mine. That day, I cleaned the cabin as best I could and made sure the doors and windows were firmly locked. I called the local ranger station on my cell phone, which barely had signal, and reported the strange noises and the footprint. They told me they would send someone out to check, but it might take a day or two. I tried to convince myself it was probably a hunter or someone passing through, but the unease lingered. The woods felt different now, less safe. That evening, I heard the noises again. This time, it was around the side of the cabin. I stayed silent, clutching the knife. The footsteps paused near the back door. I saw a shadow move against the window, just out of reach of the porch light. I did not call out or make a sound. Instead, I reached for my phone to call 911. The call went through, but by the time the dispatcher answered, the footsteps had vanished. When I told them what happened, they said officers were already on the way after my earlier call. About 20 minutes later, a patrol car pulled up the dirt driveway. 2 officers stepped out with flashlights and looked around. They found some broken branches and faint tracks, but no one hiding. They told me they would increase patrols in the area and recommended I stay indoors after dark. I felt a little safer knowing someone was watching, but I also knew I couldn't stay much longer. The next morning, I packed up. Even though the cabin was peaceful during the day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The woods had lost their charm, replaced by an invisible tension that made every sound sharper and every shadow deeper. As I loaded my gear into the car, I looked back at the cabin one last time. The forest was silent, but I could still feel eyes on me. The drive home was slow. My mind kept replaying the noises, the footprints, the shadow by the window. I thought about how someone had been close enough to touch the cabin, close enough to watch me sleep. When I got home, I called Frank, the cabin owner, and told him about the strange events. He seemed surprised but said sometimes hunters or trespassers came around, especially near logging roads. He promised to look into it and thanked me for the heads up. I never went back to Pine Ridge. The experience stayed with me, a reminder that even the quietest places can hide dangers. The woods can feel inviting, but under the surface, there may be people watching, waiting, or worse. I learned to trust my instincts after that trip and never ignored the signs when something felt off. Sometimes the scariest things are the ones you can't see, only feel. I was 34 years old when I took a week off from everything. That summer, I was running low on patience, low on sleep, and barely holding myself together at work. I had started drinking too much, not in a dramatic way, just enough to notice that nights didn't feel restful anymore. I wasn't sleeping right, I wasn't thinking clearly, and I didn't want to be around people. So I told everyone I needed time alone, rented a small cabin in the mountains west of Colorado Springs, and planned to stay there for 6 nights. I found the cabin on an old listing site. The owner was an older guy from Denver who only responded by email and took payment through a transfer app. He said the cabin didn't have running water or cell reception, but there was a pump well nearby and solar panels for a little power. I didn't care about the luxuries. I wanted quiet. I wanted no signal. I wanted to forget work, forget my apartment, and just sit under trees and breathe for a while. The cabin sat about 30 miles outside of town, past a stretch of winding forest roads that thinned out into nothing but dirt. By the time I reached the place, my car was coated in red dust and my tires had bounced over so many potholes I had to check them twice for damage. The place was small, box-shaped, and made of faded pine boards with a rust-colored tin roof. It stood on a little hill with a narrow view of the valley between 2 long ridges. No one lived nearby. Not even close. No houses, no ranches, nothing but pines and silence. Inside, the cabin was as basic as it gets. A cot, a desk, a tiny wood stove, and a cabinet with some dry goods and canned food. The floor creaked if I shifted my weight wrong, and the windows had no curtains. There was an outhouse about 30 yards downhill, and a hand pump well about 20 yards to the left of the cabin. The air smelled like pine sap and dirt. It was perfect. The first day, I didn't do much. I read. I walked a short way up the slope behind the cabin and sat against a tree. I thought about nothing and tried not to look at my phone, even though it had no service. I slept early, around 9 p.m., with the windows open and the stove warming the room gently. I remember thinking, this is the best thing I've done for myself in years. It was the next day that things started feeling wrong. It wasn't anything huge at first. Just little details that didn't sit right. When I went to the well to fill my jug in the morning, I noticed that the handle of the pump was damp, like someone had used it before me. But I hadn't touched it since the day before, and I knew I'd left it dry. I told myself it might have been condensation, or maybe a few drops I spilled and forgot. Later that afternoon, while walking along a narrow trail that wound up behind the ridge, I saw something odd about 100 yards off the path. It looked like a log at first, but when I looked closer, I realized it was a length of split firewood, neatly chopped, about 2 feet long with clean, fresh-cut edges. The cabin's firewood had been pre-chopped, but I hadn't left any out there. I picked it up and turned it over. Still dry, still clean. I set it down and looked around but didn't see anything. No boot prints, no broken branches, just trees and quiet. That night, I couldn't fall asleep as easily. The forest outside was dead silent. No crickets, no owls, no breeze in the trees. It was too quiet, the kind of silence that feels like something's holding its breath. I remember lying on the cot, staring at the dark square of the window, thinking I'd never noticed before how much noise helped me feel safe. I finally drifted off sometime after midnight, but I woke up less than 2 hours later to the sound of a click outside. It was soft, metallic, and sharp, like something tapping metal on metal. I stayed perfectly still and listened. Came again. Asterisk click. Clack. Asterisk a pause. Then nothing. I didn't move. I didn't sit up. I stayed flat and stared at the ceiling, barely breathing. The noise didn't come again, but it took me over an hour to fall asleep after that. The next morning, I found the pump handle had been moved again. Not only that, it was turned completely sideways, like someone had swung it hard and let it bounce. A wet spot had formed under the spout, soaking into the dirt. That wasn't condensation. I walked a full loop around the cabin. I didn't see anything. No boot prints, no trash, no broken branches. The ground was dry, the pine needles thick. Easy to cover tracks. I told myself it could have been a bear, or maybe a raccoon, even though I didn't believe that. Bears don't play with water pumps. Raccoons wouldn't be able to move it that far or leave it upright. That afternoon, I stayed close. I sat outside the cabin with a camp chair and a pair of binoculars, watching the tree line. Nothing moved. No deer. No birds. Just windless stillness. I went inside before dark and locked the door, even though it was just a wooden latch. At around 2 a.m., I woke up again. This time, I heard footsteps. Not heavy ones. Not running. Just the slow, deliberate crunch of someone stepping through dry pine needles. They were about 20 feet from the cabin on the side with the pump. I stayed on my back, staring at the ceiling, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't dare sit up. I didn't dare move. The steps stopped. Then there was a pause. Then I heard the click of the pump again. Once, twice, then nothing. I don't know how long I stayed frozen. I think it was almost an hour before I worked up the nerve to crawl out of bed and grab the hatchet I'd brought for firewood. I didn't go outside. I sat against the door with my knees up, gripping the handle of the axe until sunrise. In the daylight, the forest felt normal again. But I didn't. I hadn't slept, I hadn't eaten, and I couldn't stop looking at the tree line every few seconds. I walked to the pump. The handle was upright, like it had been moved gently into place. There was no water under it this time. It was just waiting. I wanted to believe this was just my imagination. I told myself that enough times to make myself stay. I didn't want to run back to town like a paranoid fool. I wanted to prove I could handle being alone. But that night broke me. It started early, around 8:30 p.m., just after the sun dipped behind the ridge. I had just gotten into bed, fully clothed with the hatchet beside me. I hadn't lit the stove. I wanted to listen. I heard the first sound around 9:10. It was a soft scraping noise, like something dragging over the outer wall of the cabin. It moved from one corner to another, slow, steady, maybe knee height. I thought of claws. Then I thought of a stick. But it didn't sound like an animal. 10 minutes later, it came again. Same direction, same scrape, then silence. 10:02 p.m., I heard breathing. It wasn't loud. It wasn't close. But it was human. Deep, even breathing, like someone standing just out of view, controlling each breath, trying not to be heard. I couldn't tell what side of the cabin it came from. It echoed, slightly. It stopped after a minute. At 11:27 p.m., someone walked around the cabin. Not ran. Walked. A full circle, slow, boots crunching. Once around, then stopped. I didn't sleep at all that night. When morning came, I saw something new. A mark on the door, 3 long scratches in the soft pine, about shoulder height. Not deep, just enough to be visible. I touched them. They were fresh. They hadn't been there the day before. I packed everything I had by 7:30 a.m. I didn't make breakfast. I didn't refill water. I loaded up my car and drove off without looking back. I bounced down the dirt road until I hit the main forest road again. And when I finally got cell signal, I pulled over and called the sheriff's office in El Paso County. I didn't report it as a crime. I just told them there was suspicious activity around a remote cabin and that I didn't feel safe. They didn't seem very concerned, but they said they'd send a deputy to check it out when someone was free. That was the end of it for me. or I thought it was. 2 weeks later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. The message was from a deputy named Harris. He said he had followed up on the cabin. There was no sign of forced entry, nothing stolen, but he'd noticed several empty cans, food cans, that had been chewed open and scattered behind the cabin. When I called him back, I asked what he thought had happened. He said it was likely animals, maybe a bear or two, maybe people who squatted there sometimes. Nothing serious, just the usual in a place that remote. But I didn't leave any empty cans. I hadn't eaten anything from the cabin pantry. And when I thought about it longer, I realized something I hadn't seen before. The night I arrived, when I checked the cabinet, it had been mostly full. But after my second night, I never opened it again. Someone else had. I never went back to that cabin. I never rented another off-grid place again. I still go into the woods sometimes, during the day on marked trails with people I trust, but never alone, never that far out. The worst part isn't the scratches or the breathing or the footsteps. It's the fact that for 4 nights, someone was out there with me. And I don't think it was the fall of 2012 when I decided to take a break from everything. I was 28 years old, living in a small city in northern Michigan, and working a job that drained me slowly but surely. I had always loved nature, the woods especially, and wanted some time away from people and noise to clear my head. My plan was simple: rent a small cabin deep in the woods for a few days, disconnect, and just be alone. No phone, no internet, no distractions. I found a rental online, a small cabin about 20 miles from the town of Gaylord. The pictures looked perfect, old but sturdy, made of dark wood, with a stone chimney, and surrounded by thick forest on all sides. The owner assured me it was quiet and private. I liked that. I booked it for a long weekend, arriving on a Friday afternoon and leaving Monday morning. The drive out was uneventful, but as I turned off the paved road onto a narrow dirt path, the trees grew thicker, taller, and the sunlight dimmed through the dense branches. It felt like the world was closing in around me. The dirt road was rough, full of potholes and loose gravel. It twisted through the woods for about 4 miles until I finally saw the cabin tucked into a small clearing. The cabin looked exactly like the pictures. It had a rustic charm. Moss on the roof, faded wooden walls, a porch with an old rocking chair, and windows so dirty I could barely see inside. I pulled my car close and grabbed my bags, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. I was alone, no one for miles, and that both thrilled and scared me a little. Inside, the cabin was dim but cozy. There was a small wood stove in the living area, a kitchen with basic utensils, a dining table, and one bedroom with a creaky bed. The smell of old wood and dust filled the air. The electricity worked, but barely. The lights flickered when I turned them on, and the heater sounded like it was struggling. There was a small radio on a shelf, but no cell service anywhere near this place. I unpacked slowly, putting my things on the bed and unpacking some canned food and snacks. I made a fire in the stove, watching the flames crackle and give off warm light. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, making the leaves whisper and the branches groan. I settled in with a book and tried to relax. The first night was quiet except for the usual forest sounds. Owls hooted in the distance, the wind whispered through the trees, and somewhere far off, a coyote howled. I had brought a flashlight and kept it near me, just in case. I wasn't scared exactly, but I was very aware of being alone and vulnerable. The cabin creaked and popped as the woods settled in the cold night. It was the kind of quiet that made every little sound feel louder than it should. The next morning, I woke early, my breath fogging the windows. Outside, the trees were golden and red, their leaves painting the forest floor. The air was crisp and smelled like earth and pine. I made coffee on the stove using the old metal kettle and a rusty coffee pot. The water took forever to boil, but the smell was worth it. I ate some bread and peanut butter, then grabbed my backpack. I planned to hike a trail nearby. The cabin came with a map, though it was old and hand-drawn. I picked a path marked Old Logging Trail, which looked like it looped around the cabin in the forest. I hoped it would be easy to follow. I strapped on my boots, filled my water bottle, and left. First, the trail was easy to find. The path was covered with leaves but mostly clear of branches. The forest was thick, and the sunlight filtered softly through the canopy. I saw squirrels darting between trees and heard birds sing. It was peaceful and quiet in the way the forest always is when you are really paying attention. After about an hour, the trail started to get confusing. The markers on trees were faded or missing, and the path split in different directions. I chose a way that seemed right, trusting my sense of direction. The forest grew darker, the trees closer, and the underbrush thicker. Branches scraped my jacket and thorns caught my pants. I kept walking, telling myself I could find my way back. Then I noticed something odd. The forest grew unnaturally quiet. No birds sang, no squirrels darted. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. It was as if I had stepped into a bubble of silence. That made my skin crawl. I stopped and looked around, feeling eyes on me. Not animal eyes, something else. I shook my head and kept going. The trail became less a trail and more a faint track in the dirt. It was uneven and steep. I slipped a few times on loose stones. My legs burned and my breathing grew heavy. I stopped again, trying to listen, but heard nothing. Then I saw it. A set of footprints in the dirt, fresh and large, not like mine or any animal I knew. They were deep and wide, the kind made by heavy boots, maybe a size larger than mine. They led off the faint trail into the woods, toward a dense thicket. For a moment, I thought about following them, but something inside me warned me not to. I turned back, deciding to find the main trail and head back to the cabin. I hurried down the path, but the silence pressed in on me. The trees seemed to close behind me like a wall. The shadows grew long and thick. I felt a weight on my chest, a heaviness like I was being watched by something dangerous and patient. Suddenly, I heard a twig snap behind me. I froze, heart pounding. I didn't dare turn around. My feet moved faster, pounding the dirt as I scrambled to get back to the cabin. The forest seemed to close in even more, every sound amplified and terrifying. My breath came in short bursts. The footprints I had seen earlier were gone, erased by time or wind, but the feeling stayed. When I finally burst out of the trees into the clearing where the cabin stood, relief flooded me. The cabin was dark and silent, but it was safe. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, shaking. I told myself it was just my imagination, just the loneliness and stress getting to me. I spent the rest of the day inside. I stacked more wood for the stove and kept the fire burning bright. I didn't go outside again, not even to use the outhouse at the back of the cabin. I didn't want to be alone in the woods anymore. That night, I kept the lights on and the door locked tight. I stayed awake for hours, listening for any sound outside. Every creak or rustle made me jump. I thought about calling someone, but there was no phone signal, no cell service. I was completely cut off. Around midnight, the wind picked up outside, howling through the trees. I could hear branches scraping the cabin walls and the leaves swirling in thick piles against the door. I stayed awake, my mind racing with every possibility. Then I heard it, a deep, slow footstep outside, then another, heavy and deliberate. I froze, clutching a heavy cast iron skillet from the kitchen. The steps circled the cabin slowly, deliberately, like someone walking just beyond the windows. I held my breath, my hands trembling. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. Minutes passed. Then the footsteps moved away, fading into the woods. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I didn't waste any time. I packed everything quickly and loaded my car. The silence of the forest still weighed on me, but I forced myself to look around carefully. The dirt around the cabin was disturbed. Deep boot marks circled near the porch, fresh and clear in the soft earth. I didn't wait to investigate. I started my car and drove down the dirt road as fast as I dared, my eyes glued to the forest. I didn't stop until I reached the paved highway. On the drive home, I thought a lot about what had happened. I realized the cabin wasn't just isolated. Someone else had been there recently. Someone who wanted me to know they were watching. It wasn't ghosts or monsters, but real people, real danger. I never found out who or why. I didn't tell many people about that weekend. It felt too strange, too private, and maybe a little embarrassing. But every time I think about those heavy footsteps circling the cabin and the cold silence that swallowed the forest, I remember how real fear can be when you are truly alone in the woods. Years later, I still feel the weight of that weekend. I never went back to that cabin or that area. I learned to trust my instincts, to respect the silence, and to always be aware of what might be lurking, not in stories, but in the real world, where shadows move and footsteps come closer. My name is David Miller. I was 32 years old at the time, living in a small town in northern Minnesota in 2018. I worked as a software developer for a medium-sized company in Minneapolis, and life was generally comfortable but pretty routine. I wasn't an outdoorsy person by any stretch, but I'd always liked the idea of escaping the city now and then, getting away from the noise and screens. The stress of work had been building up, and I thought a weekend in a remote cabin would do me some good. The cabin belonged to my uncle, Tom. He owned a small piece of land in a dense pine forest about 60 miles north of the city, near a place called Pine Ridge. It wasn't fancy, just a simple wooden cabin, no electricity or running water, but it had a wood stove, a well, and a basic outhouse outside. The area was quiet and isolated, and I figured I could spend a couple of days just reading, hiking, and clearing my head. I planned to drive up on a Friday afternoon after work. The drive was about 2 hours on a highway that narrowed into a rough dirt road as it got closer to the forest. The trees along the road grew thick and tall, casting long shadows even in the daylight. I remember feeling a slight chill that day, though it was late summer and warm enough. Maybe it was just the way the light filtered through the dense canopy, or the silence itself that felt different, almost like the forest was watching. I arrived at the cabin just before dusk. The place looked as it always had from the photos Uncle Tom sent me. The wooden walls were weathered, some boards slightly warped or cracked, but the structure seemed solid. A narrow trail led from the cabin down to a small lake hidden behind a thick ring of trees. The air smelled of pine needles, damp earth, and something faintly metallic, though I couldn't place what. After unloading my bag, I built a fire in the stone fireplace inside. I had packed a few cans of soup, some bread, and a small bottle of whiskey for the evening. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the cabin was soon swallowed by darkness, the only light coming from the flickering flames. I felt a strange mixture of peace and unease sitting there alone in the woods. The silence was almost too complete, broken only by the occasional snap of twigs or distant bird calls. I spent the first night reading a book by the fire until the wood stove warmed the cabin enough to feel cozy. Then I crawled into my sleeping bag on the thin mattress on the floor. I heard strange noises outside, rustling leaves, the crunch of something walking nearby. I told myself it was just animals, deer, raccoons, maybe a fox, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was a deep, instinctive feeling like a warning. The next day, I woke early and went for a hike around the property. The forest was dense, and the trail was barely visible under fallen leaves and pine needles. The trees towered above me, their branches creating a green ceiling that filtered the sunlight into soft rays. I noticed something odd: small piles of broken branches and disturbed soil in places off the trail. It looked like something or someone had been moving through there recently. I brushed it off at first, thinking it might be animals again. But as I walked deeper, the feeling of unease grew. I kept hearing faint sounds, footsteps in the underbrush, snaps of twigs just beyond my sight. Every time I turned around, nothing was there. The forest seemed to close in on me, and the air felt heavier. When I returned to the cabin in the late afternoon, I found the door slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it before leaving. My heart started pounding. I stepped inside cautiously, scanning every corner. Nothing seemed out of place at first. My bag was still there, nothing stolen or moved. But then I noticed muddy footprints on the wooden floor near the door. They were small, like someone wearing boots had stepped in wet soil and tracked it inside. I locked the door again and double-checked the windows. There were no screens, just glass panes that didn't lock securely. but they were closed. I felt vulnerable. The isolation that had seemed peaceful earlier now felt threatening. I kept imagining someone watching me from just beyond the tree line. That night, I barely slept. Every noise, a branch scraping against the cabin wall, an animal moving outside, set my nerves on edge. At one point, I heard a low, guttural sound outside, like a growl or a deep cough. I froze, straining to listen. Then silence. The next morning, I decided I wouldn't stay any longer than necessary. I packed up most of my things but stayed calm, trying not to show my fear. I had my phone, but there was no signal at the cabin. I thought about hiking back to the main road to get reception, but it was about 3 miles through thick forest and uneven terrain. Around midday, I went outside to gather some firewood. As I collected dry branches, I noticed fresh footprints in the dirt near the edge of the cabin's clearing. They looked different, larger, more defined, and heading towards the woods. I followed them cautiously, moving slowly through the thick undergrowth. After about 50 yards, I came across something that stopped me cold. In a small clearing, I found a makeshift camp. A tarp hung between 2 trees, some empty food wrappers, and an old rusty can. It looked like someone had been living out here, maybe watching the cabin. I felt my stomach twist with a mix of fear and anger. This wasn't a national park or a well-monitored area. It was private land, and someone was trespassing. I hurried back to the cabin and locked everything down tighter. I decided I'd spend one more night and then leave first thing in the morning. But that night was the worst. Just after midnight, I woke to the sound of footsteps circling the cabin. They moved slowly, deliberately. My heart pounded in my chest, and I stayed perfectly still, listening. The footsteps stopped near the door. Then I heard a soft tapping, like someone knocking lightly with their knuckles. I held my breath, clutching a heavy cast iron pan from the kitchen. The tapping stopped. The footsteps moved away slowly, fading into the distance. I stayed awake the rest of the night, too scared to sleep. I thought about calling the police in the morning, but without phone service and no address nearby, I wasn't sure how it would work. At first light, I packed everything quickly and locked the cabin door behind me. I took the trail back to the main road, staying alert for any sign of the person who had been nearby. The forest was quiet again, but I kept my senses sharp. When I finally reached the highway, I got signal on my phone. I called the local sheriff's office and reported the trespassing. They told me they would send a patrol to check the area. Driving back to the city, I felt a mix of relief and lingering fear. I realized how vulnerable I had been in that isolated place. The quiet and the beauty of the forest could easily be overshadowed by the presence of another person with unknown intentions. Weeks later, I heard from my uncle that the police had found evidence of squatters living near the cabin. They had been using the forest to hide out, stealing firewood and occasionally creeping near the cabin at night. No one was caught, but the sheriff said they would increase patrols and recommended I not return alone. I never went back to that cabin. The experience changed how I felt about isolation and wilderness. It wasn't the woods or the quiet that scared me. It was the idea that someone else could be watching, waiting, or hiding just out of sight. Even now, years later, I think about those footsteps in the night and the silent knock on the door. It's a reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but other people, and how vulnerable we can be when alone in the wild. It was the spring of 2011 when I decided to take a break from the constant noise of the city. I had been working in a small graphic design firm in Columbus, Ohio, for almost 5 years, and the stress was starting to wear me down. My name is Jake. I was 29 at the time, single, and living alone in a cramped apartment. The idea of escaping somewhere quiet with no interruptions was appealing. I wanted to get away from the endless emails, meetings, and the feeling that everyone was constantly watching me, expecting me to be on all the time. I found a small cabin to rent online, tucked away in the Allegheny National Forest, near a little town called Tionesta, about a 3-hour drive from Columbus. The cabin was owned by a retired couple who only rented it out in the off-season, and the pictures showed a modest wooden cabin, surrounded by tall pine trees, with a small stream nearby. Seemed perfect, no internet, no cell signal, no distractions. I packed a few things. Some clothes, camping supplies, a good book, a flashlight, a small first aid kit, and a few non-perishable food items. I didn't want to overdo it. I just wanted to be alone and relax for a week. The drive up was peaceful. The highway gave way to winding roads lined with thick trees, the air cooler and fresher than I remembered. When I arrived, the cabin was just as the pictures showed, weathered but sturdy, with a small porch and windows that reflected the bright afternoon sun. The scent of pine was strong, and I could hear the faint murmur of the nearby creek. The cabin's interior was simple but cozy. A small kitchen with a propane stove, a tiny fridge, a worn wooden table and 2 chairs. A fireplace dominated one wall, with a stack of firewood beside it. The main room had a single bed covered with a thin quilt, and an old bookshelf filled with dusty books and some board games. The bathroom was just a small room with a sink and a basic shower. No electricity except for a few battery-operated lamps and the propane stove. I spent the first day unpacking, setting up, and exploring the area immediately around the cabin. There was a dirt path leading into the woods, and the creek was just a few yards from the porch. The sounds of nature were soothing, birds chirping, the wind rustling through the needles, the occasional splash of water. That night, I lit a fire in the fireplace and settled in with my book. The cabin was silent except for the crackling of the fire and the distant sounds of the forest. I felt relaxed and safe. The next day, I decided to go hiking deeper into the forest. I packed a small backpack with water, some snacks, my map, and a compass. Old habits die hard. I chose a trail that wasn't marked on any map but looked well worn. The path wound through thick pine trees, moss-covered rocks, and over fallen logs. The air was cool and smelled of earth and wood. I walked for hours, enjoying the quiet and solitude. The forest was dense but beautiful, with patches of sunlight filtering through the branches. I found a small clearing where I stopped to rest. Sitting on a rock, I pulled out my water bottle and took a sip. Then I noticed something odd. There were footprints in the soft mud near the creek. They were large, maybe from a man's boot, but I was alone here. Strange, but not necessarily alarming. Maybe a hunter or another hiker. I followed the footprints a little curious, but they disappeared after a while. I shrugged it off and headed back to the cabin before sunset. The following days were much the same. I woke up early, had coffee, and spent the mornings walking or reading. I gathered firewood in the afternoons and prepared simple meals. I felt like I was getting away from everything. No stress, no noise, no people. But then, on the 4th night, things started to change. I had gone to bed early, feeling tired after a long day of hiking. The cabin was dark except for the fire's fading embers. I had just fallen asleep when I heard a sound outside the window, a faint scraping noise, like someone dragging something across the wooden porch. My heart skipped a beat. I stayed still, listening. The noise stopped after a few seconds. I thought maybe it was an animal, a raccoon or a deer, but then I heard it again. A soft scraping, this time closer, coming from the side of the cabin. I didn't want to get up and check. I felt the familiar panic rising in my chest. I turned on my flashlight and pointed it toward the window, shining it into the dark woods. Nothing. No movement, just shadows between the trees. I told myself it was nothing and tried to go back to sleep, but my mind was racing. What if someone was out there? I didn't tell anyone I was here alone, but I was sure I had read somewhere about people breaking into cabins to steal supplies or worse. I decided to lock the door and close all the windows tightly. I pulled the quilt over my head and waited for morning. The next day, I found a few small scratches on the wooden porch near the door. They didn't look like animal marks. I couldn't say for sure, but they looked deliberate, like someone had tried to pry something or scrape the wood. My skin crawled. I thought about leaving right away, but decided to stay. I had driven all this way, and the fresh air was something I desperately needed. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Over the next 2 days, I noticed more strange things. The firewood stack was disturbed. A few logs were moved. My food supplies had shifted on the table, although I was sure I had left them untouched. My backpack was zipped shut, But when I checked it, the zipper was slightly open. I never unlocked it, so how could that happen? One evening, I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel driveway that led to the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight and looked out, but the driveway was empty. I walked outside, shining the light around the area, but no sign of anyone. The woods were silent except for the wind. I was starting to feel watched, uneasy in a way I couldn't explain. On the 6th day, things got worse. I woke up early to the sound of knocking on the cabin door. Not hard knocking, but slow and deliberate. My first reaction was disbelief. I wasn't expecting anyone. I lived alone and didn't tell anyone where I was. The knocking stopped as quickly as it started. I stayed still, heart pounding. When I finally got up and opened the door, no one was there, just empty woods and the pale morning light. I looked down and saw a small pile of stones arranged in a neat circle on the porch. I had never seen that before and it felt wrong. It was as if someone had been there while I slept. My mind raced. Who could it be? A hunter? A prankster? Or worse? I didn't sleep well that night. Every sound made me jump. I kept the fire going and stayed close to the windows, watching the woods. Then I heard something that chilled me to the bone, whispers, barely audible, like someone talking just beyond the trees. I grabbed my phone, hoping to call for help, but no signal. I started to plan. I would leave early the next morning, no matter what. At dawn, I packed my things quickly and locked the cabin. I kept my eyes on the woods as I walked to my car. The forest was eerily quiet. No birds, no wind, just silence. I got into the car and started the engine. As I reversed down the driveway, I caught a glimpse of movement between the trees. A dark figure, standing still, watching me. I didn't look back again. Driving back, I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see the figure following me, but there was nothing. The road felt endless, but I felt relief with every mile I put between myself and that cabin. Back in Columbus, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been lucky to get out. I told myself it was just some weird experience, maybe some local kids messing with me or a hunter passing through. But the way things had been moved, the footprints, the stones, it was more than that. I never went back to that cabin. Months later, I looked up news reports from the Tionesta area. I found a few stories about people reporting strange sounds in the forest, some robberies near isolated cabins, and even a few cases of missing hikers. None of them explained what I had felt, but it made me realize I wasn't alone in sensing something off about those woods. I don't know who or what was there that week. I never found out. But one thing is clear to me. Being alone in the wilderness doesn't mean being safe. Sometimes the scariest things are not monsters or ghosts, but other people. People who might be watching, waiting, or worse. I still think about that week sometimes. The quiet days, the peaceful mornings, and then those long, tense nights. That experience taught me to respect the wild not just for its beauty, but for its dangers. Dangers that aren't always obvious, dangers that don't come with warnings or signs. I'm thankful I got away when I did. The cabin in the pines will always be a reminder to me that solitude can be a double-edged sword. If you ever find yourself alone in a place like that, remember, trust your instincts, stay alert, and don't ignore the small signs that something isn't right. Because sometimes, the difference between safety and danger is just a quiet moment, a shadow in the trees, or a soft sound in the night. I never planned to spend a weekend alone in the woods. It wasn't something I sought out or wanted, really, but life has a way of pushing you toward things you never imagined, and sometimes you find yourself trapped in situations you never expected. This is how I ended up spending 3 days in a small, isolated cabin deep in the mountains of western North Carolina, a place so remote and quiet it felt like the world had forgotten it. It was the fall of 2019. I had just turned 32, and for months I'd been swamped with work, deadlines, and the general noise of city life. My job as a graphic designer was demanding, and the endless buzz of phones, emails, and people had worn me down. I desperately needed a break, some time away to clear my head and just be by myself. So when I found that old cabin listing online, a rustic rental tucked away near the Blue Ridge Parkway, I jumped on it without hesitation. The pictures made it look perfect. A small wooden cabin with a stone chimney, surrounded by towering oaks and maples showing the brilliant reds and yellows of fall. No internet, no cell signal. Just a wood stove, a few shelves of books, a small kitchen, and a creaky bed. The owner promised peace and quiet. Exactly what I wanted. I left my apartment in Asheville early on a Friday morning, packed with a backpack full of essentials. Canned food, a few books, a blanket, and a small first aid kit. The drive up the winding mountain roads was longer than I expected, with steep curves and narrow lanes bordered by thick forest. By the time I pulled up to the gravel driveway, the sun was already dipping low behind the hills. The cabin looked even smaller in person than in the pictures, but that just added to its charm. The wood was weathered, the roof covered in patches of moss, and the chimney showed signs of black soot from past fires. The door was unlocked as promised, so I stepped inside, feeling a strange mixture of excitement and unease. Inside, the air smelled of old wood and damp earth. Dust floated in the late afternoon light that streamed through the single window. The floorboards creaked underfoot, and the walls were lined with rough wooden planks. The furniture was sparse: a small table, 2 chairs, a metal stove in the corner, and a bed with a thin mattress and faded sheets. On the wall hung an old clock that ticked loudly, the only sound besides the occasional creak of the cabin settling. I set my backpack down on the floor and lit a fire in the stove, using the dry kindling left in the wood box. The flames cast a warm glow that chased away the chill that had crept in with the evening. I unpacked a simple dinner of canned chili and crackers, heated over the stove, and ate while sitting at the table. The silence was both calming and strange. I was so used to the background noise of the city, the hum of traffic, distant sirens, people talking, that this quiet felt unnatural. But it was exactly what I had come for, and I told myself to relax. After eating, I gathered some firewood from the pile just outside the cabin door, stacking it carefully next to the stove. The sun had set, and outside, the forest seemed to press close against the cabin walls. I could hear the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze and the distant call of an owl. For a while, I sat in the rocking chair by the window, watching the shadows move in the dark. But as the night deepened, the silence started to weigh on me. I wasn't scared, exactly, but I felt an odd pressure, like something unseen was watching just beyond the edges of the firelight. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that the woods were harmless. Still, I locked the door before heading to bed and pushed a chair under the doorknob for extra security. The cabin's thin walls did little to block the sounds outside. I could hear twigs snapping, a low scrape against the wooden porch, and sometimes a soft thud in the distance. I tried to focus on my breathing, the steady ticking of the clock, and the warmth of the fire. I fell asleep, but not deeply. My dreams were restless, filled with vague shapes moving just out of sight. When I woke, the room was dark and cold. The fire had died, and the air smelled sharper, like something had changed overnight. I got up to relight the stove and noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The chair I had wedged under the doorknob was now pushed aside. The door was still locked, but the chair was no longer in its place. I wasn't sure if I had moved it in my sleep or if someone had been outside. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe I had gotten up and moved it without remembering. Still, I checked the windows. They were all shut tight, no footprints in the thin layer of frost on the porch. The woods looked undisturbed. I tried to settle back down, but the feeling that I wasn't alone lingered. When dawn finally broke, I stepped outside to get some fresh air. The morning was crisp, the sky a pale blue above the rising sun. The forest was beautiful, the colors of fall in full bloom. I walked the short path down to a small creek nearby, where I drank from my water bottle and watched a squirrel dart among the trees. The peacefulness of the morning helped calm me. I told myself to enjoy the solitude and that the night had just been nerves. The forest was just forest, nothing more. That day, I spent time reading by the fire, exploring the small area around the cabin, and taking photographs of the trees and creek. I collected more firewood and prepared a larger fire for the evening. The cabin felt warmer now, less empty. Still, as night came again, I locked the door, placed the chair under the knob, and sat with the fire blazing. But the sounds outside were louder this time. Branches breaking closer, soft rustling just beyond the porch. The clock's ticking seemed unnaturally loud, filling the room with a strange rhythm. Around midnight, I heard it, a distinct noise, like scraping against the cabin wall. Slow and deliberate. I froze, my heart pounding. The firelight flickered and cast long shadows. I strained my eyes but could see nothing. The scraping came again, this time accompanied by a faint thud. I grabbed the baseball bat I'd brought, resting it on the chair beside me. My mind raced, considering what it could be, an animal, maybe a deer or raccoon. But the deliberate nature of the sound felt off. I stayed awake the rest of the night, too afraid to sleep, listening to the strange noises outside. When dawn came, I was exhausted but relieved to see daylight. That morning, I decided to explore farther. I walked down a faint trail that led deeper into the woods. The forest was thick, the trees standing like silent sentinels. I found signs of animals, tracks of deer and raccoons, and old tree stumps covered in moss. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on the ground. After about an hour, I noticed something odd. The trail looped back toward the cabin, but there were strange marks on the trees. Scratches, some vertical, some horizontal, deep and fresh. I felt a shiver run down my spine. It looked like someone had been here recently, not just animals. I kept walking, but my unease grew. I tried to tell myself it was probably hikers or hunters passing through, but the marks didn't look casual. They felt deliberate, almost like warnings. Back at the cabin, I searched the perimeter. I found more signs. Footprints in the soft earth, too large and heavy to be mine, and broken branches that looked like someone had brushed past. My skin crawled. I thought about leaving right then, but the road back was over an hour away, and I had no cell service to call for help or check the weather. I didn't want to hike down in the dark or in bad weather. That night, the noises were worse. Scraping, thudding, even something that sounded like slow, heavy breathing just beyond the walls. I stayed close to the fire, gripping my bat, listening as the night stretched on. At some point, I heard the cabin door handle jiggle, softly but clearly. Someone was trying to open it. I froze, heart racing. The chair under the doorknob was still there, but the sound continued for a long time before stopping. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I was nearly a wreck. I packed up my things quickly and checked the cabin thoroughly. The back door had faint scratch marks near the lock, and the window latch was slightly loose, like someone had tried to force it open. I grabbed my backpack and left, taking the main trail down the mountain instead of the road. It was longer and rougher, but I didn't care. The woods felt hostile now, every sound making me jump. By mid-afternoon, I reached the ranger station at the base of the mountain. I told the ranger what happened, showing the marks and scratches I had photographed. He listened quietly, then told me the area sometimes attracted people looking for secluded places to camp illegally or drink, and that there had been reports of theft and harassment. He advised me to file a report with the local sheriff and warned me to be careful in the future. Driving away, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief mixed with lingering fear. The cabin was beautiful and peaceful during the day, but at night, it was a different world. The woods were no longer just quiet nature. They held people, maybe dangerous ones, hiding in the shadows. I never went back. Now, when I think about those nights alone in that It was the summer of 2014 when I decided to spend a weekend alone at Black Pine Cabin. The cabin was tucked deep in the woods of northern Vermont, miles away from the nearest town. I was 29 years old at the time, working as a graphic designer in Burlington. The idea was to get away from the buzz of the city and find some quiet to clear my mind. I had always been a fan of the outdoors, but I rarely went camping alone. This trip was supposed to be a small challenge for myself, a test of independence and resilience. I had found the cabin through an online rental service. The owner was an older man named Harold, who lived about an hour away. The cabin itself was a small wooden structure built in the 1970s. It had the basics: a kitchen, a small living room with a fireplace, one bedroom, and a tiny bathroom. No internet, no cell service, and only a wood stove for heat. The nearest neighbor was at least 2 miles away, and the only road in was a narrow dirt path that was overgrown in places. I packed my old green Jeep with the essentials: canned food, water, a first aid kit, flashlights, batteries, a small toolkit, and a stack of books. I also brought my camping gear, including a sleeping bag and an extra blanket. I wanted to be prepared for anything. The drive to Black Pine was uneventful but increasingly isolated. As I turned off the main highway onto a gravel road, I noticed the tall pine trees closing in on both sides. The air smelled fresh and a little damp from the morning dew. Birds chirped overhead. The only sounds were the crunch of my tires on the gravel and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. After about 15 miles, I finally reached the cabin. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by thick forest. The clearing was uneven with patches of wildflowers and tall grass. The cabin was weathered but sturdy, with faded green paint peeling from the wooden siding. A small porch ran along the front with a single rocking chair that creaked when I sat in it. I unloaded my things and set up inside. The cabin smelled faintly of old wood and musty blankets. There was a small pile of firewood stacked beside the porch, which I brought inside and arranged neatly next to the fireplace. The kitchen was bare but functional. A small stove, a sink with running water from a well, and a rusty fridge that hummed quietly. I took a moment to look out the window. The forest was dense and silent, save for the occasional flutter of a bird or squirrel. The first night was peaceful. I lit a fire in the stove and cooked canned chili on the stovetop. The heat from the fire filled the room, pushing back the chill that crept in from outside. After eating, I settled into a chair with a book and a warm cup of tea. The darkness outside was thick, complete, and I was alone with only the sounds of the night to keep me company. At around 10 p.m., the wind picked up. It rattled the cabin's windows and made the pine trees groan. I closed the curtains and double-checked the locks on the doors. The small house creaked and settled around me, sounds I attributed to the old wooden structure. I forced myself to relax, reminding myself I was safe and prepared. Then I heard the noise. It started as a faint scraping sound near the back of the cabin. At first, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer brushing against the wooden siding. But the sound was deliberate, slow, and rhythmic. It wasn't like any animal noise I had heard. It was more like someone dragging something along the wall. I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My heart started beating faster. I waited, listening. The noise stopped. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it was probably just the wind or a branch rubbing against the cabin. I decided to check outside to be sure. I grabbed a flashlight and opened the front door. The night air was cold and damp. The beam of the flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the porch and the ground beyond. The trees loomed tall and shadowy. I walked around the cabin, shining the light along the sides and into the woods. There was nothing there. No footprints in the dirt, no broken branches, no signs of animals. I felt a brief wave of relief. Still, I double-locked the doors and went back inside. The next day was bright and warm. I spent most of it exploring the area around the cabin. There was a small stream nearby where I filled my water bottles. The forest was beautiful and peaceful. I found a small trail and followed it for a couple of miles before turning back. That afternoon, I noticed something odd. My Jeep, which I had parked near the road, had a thin layer of dirt smeared across the driver's side door. It looked like someone had brushed against it with muddy hands. I wiped it off, assuming it was just a branch or a splash from a puddle. But the thought lingered. That evening, I built another fire and sat by it, trying to shake the uneasy feeling growing inside me. Around 9 p.m., I heard it again, the slow scraping sound at the back of the cabin. This time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my flashlight and a heavy metal poker from the fireplace. I opened the door and shone the light toward the back. Nothing. Then I saw it, footprints in the soft dirt by the foundation. They were large and deep, not animal prints, but human. Someone had been here. I followed the prints as far as I could, but they disappeared into the underbrush. My stomach twisted. I realized someone had been near my cabin without my knowledge. That night, I barely slept. Every creak and groan of the cabin made me jump. I sat with the fire burning until the early morning hours, too afraid to close my eyes. The next morning, I considered leaving, but I didn't want to be defeated. I thought maybe it was just a hiker or a local checking the place out. I resolved to stay but be more careful. During the day, I reinforced the locks on the doors with nails and a hammer I found in the toolkit Harold had left. I also barricaded the windows with wooden planks I found in the shed out back. I wasn't sure if it would keep anyone out, but it gave me a sense of control. That afternoon, I tried to distract myself by reading and exploring more. I noticed a small, narrow trail leading deeper into the woods that I hadn't seen before. It looked fresh, with crushed leaves and broken twigs. The idea of following it was unsettling, but curiosity got the better of me. I took my backpack with a bottle of water, flashlight, and a pocket knife and followed the trail. The path twisted and wound through dense pine trees. The air smelled of damp earth and moss. After about 20 minutes, the trail ended at a small clearing with a shallow pit dug into the ground. It looked freshly disturbed. There were scraps of old plastic and some pieces of cloth scattered around. I felt a chill. Something about the place seemed wrong. I took a picture with my phone, even though I had no signal, just to have a record. I turned back quickly. Later that evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard a loud knock on the front door. I froze, my heart pounding. I didn't expect anyone, and I didn't know if I wanted to see whoever it was. I didn't open the door. Instead, I went to the window and looked out through a small gap in the boarded-up window. There was no one there. The knocking continued, slow, deliberate, heavy. I realized someone was trying to get my attention, but I refused to open the door. The knocking stopped after a few minutes. I spent the rest of the night pacing the cabin, flashlight in hand, waiting for dawn. When the sun finally rose, I didn't hesitate. I packed everything in a hurry, loaded the Jeep, and left. As I drove back toward the main road, I looked in the rearview mirror. The cabin sat quietly among the trees, bathed in morning light, seeming almost peaceful. I called Harold from my cell once I was back in town and told him about what happened. He listened quietly, then told me that other renters had reported similar disturbances, but never anyone was caught. He said the forest around the cabin was known for some local troublemakers, people who liked to sneak around and scare visitors. I never went back to Black Pine Cabin. The experience stayed with me for years, a reminder that isolation can be unsettling in a way no book or movie can capture. Even in the most peaceful places, there are real dangers. Not ghosts or legends, but people who take advantage of the quiet to trespass, intimidate, or worse. In the end, I learned to trust my instincts. I learned that being prepared means more than just packing gear. It means respecting the unknown and the real risks that come with being alone. That trip changed how I approached the outdoors. I still love nature, but I make sure to never underestimate it, or the people who might be hiding within it. I didn't expect much from the weekend when I first decided to go. Just a quiet break from the city, a chance to clear my head and spend some time in the woods. I'd been feeling worn down for months. Work stress piling up, personal stuff left unresolved, and no real way to escape it all. So, when I found the listing for the cabin in northern Minnesota, I booked it without hesitation. The cabin sat near a small lake surrounded by thick forest. It was about an hour's drive from the nearest town, on a dirt road that grew narrower and rougher the closer I got. I was told it was an old hunting cabin built in the 1940s, pretty simple but well kept, with no electricity or running water. That was fine by me. I wanted to disconnect, no distractions. I got there in the late afternoon on a Friday. The sun was already low in the sky, casting a soft golden light through the pine trees. The air smelled of wet earth and pine needles, clean and sharp. The cabin was small, maybe 20 by 15 feet, with faded green paint peeling from the wooden walls. It had one room with a fireplace, a small kitchen area with a wood stove, a tiny bathroom with a cold water pump outside, and a loft with a single mattress. I set my things down and explored a bit around the cabin. A narrow path led down to the lake, which was quiet and still. The water was clear, reflecting the darkening sky and the trees lining the shore. I watched a few ducks paddle lazily before they disappeared into the reeds. The first night was peaceful. I built a fire in the fireplace and cooked some canned beans and rice on the wood stove. The sounds of the forest around me, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, were comforting, almost like nature's lullaby. I went to bed early, feeling tired but content. Morning came cold and misty. I woke up to the soft glow of dawn filtering through the tiny window. I brewed some coffee on the stove and made a simple breakfast of eggs and toast from the supplies I brought. I planned to spend the day hiking around the lake and exploring the nearby woods. After packing a small backpack with water, a flashlight, my pocket knife, and a map, I set out on the trail. The forest was dense, tall pines and birch trees stretching upward. The ground was soft with moss and fallen needles. Birds chirped quietly, but other than that, the forest was still. I wandered for a few hours, following deer tracks and looking for good spots to take pictures. The sky was mostly clear, but I could see clouds gathering far off to the west. The air felt cooler as the sun dipped behind the clouds. On my way back to the cabin, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the mud near the edge of the path, big, heavy, and fresh. They looked like work boots, the kind hunters or laborers might wear. I froze for a moment, heart thumping. I hadn't seen another person all morning. The footprints headed toward the cabin. I picked up my pace, feeling uneasy now. I wanted to be back before whoever had made those prints arrived. When I reached the cabin, I looked around carefully. No one was there. The door was still locked, and no other signs of disturbance. I told myself maybe someone had been hunting nearby earlier in the day and just passed through. Still, the thought left a pit in my stomach. That evening, I made sure to lock the cabin door tight and keep the windows shut. I sat by the fireplace with a book but found myself distracted. Every small noise, the creak of the wood, the snap of a twig outside, made me jump. I kept the flashlight and pocket knife on the table beside me, ready in case of an emergency. Night fell fully, and the woods outside turned pitch black except for the light from the fire. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel outside the cabin. I froze, heart racing. I stood and moved to the window, peeking out through the curtains. Nothing. I sat back down, trying to calm myself. Maybe it was an animal, a deer or a raccoon. But then, around midnight, I heard it again. This time, footsteps circling the cabin, slow and deliberate. I stayed very still, barely breathing. The sounds came from all around, crunching gravel, shifting branches. I wanted to call the police, but there was no cell reception this far out. My phone showed no service. The nearest house was miles away. I thought about trying to scare whoever it was off by shouting, but something in me held back. I was alone, and yelling into the dark forest felt dangerous. The footsteps stopped suddenly. Silence. Then, a low thump on the sidewall. My blood ran cold. I grabbed my knife and flashlight and moved quietly to the door. I checked the lock again, making sure it was secure. The thumping continued, slow and steady, like someone banging with a fist. I realized someone was out there trying to get in. Panic started to build, but I forced myself to stay calm. I looked around the cabin for something to defend myself with. I grabbed a heavy iron poker from beside the fireplace and waited near the door, ready. The banging stopped as suddenly as it began. Minutes passed in silence. Then, a whisper of movement at the back window. I spun around, flashlight beams slicing the darkness. A shadow flickered, then disappeared. I rushed to the window and looked out, but the woods were empty. I could feel sweat running down my neck. My heart pounded like a drum. The moon was behind clouds, so the woods were dark and full of shadows. I didn't like being alone. I decided I couldn't wait in the cabin all night. I needed to get help. The next morning, I stayed inside until first light, then quietly slipped out with my backpack. I didn't lock the door, but I left the fireplace poker on the floor in case. The dirt road was muddy from overnight rain, and the forest was quiet except for birdsong. I walked fast, heading toward the town where I could get a signal. After a few miles, I heard a vehicle in the distance, a truck rumbling along the dirt road. I stepped to the side, trying to appear casual. The truck slowed as it passed me. I caught a glimpse of the driver, a scruffy man with a hat pulled low, sunglasses despite the overcast sky. He didn't say anything, just looked straight ahead. I felt uneasy but kept walking. When I finally reached town, I went straight to the sheriff's office. I told them about the strange footprints, the noises around the cabin, and the banging on the door. They took me seriously but said there was little they could do without proof or witnesses. They offered to send a deputy to check the cabin later in the day. I felt relief but also frustration. I wanted to believe this was just some isolated incident, maybe a trespasser or local drunk. That afternoon, a deputy came with me to the cabin. The dirt road was worse after the rain, and the woods felt heavier, as if the quiet had turned thick. When we reached the cabin, he examined the door and windows. The lock was fine, but there were scratches on the wooden door frame, deep enough to look like someone had tried to pry it open with a tool. The deputy looked serious. "We'll send a patrol to check the area," he said. I stayed another night but didn't sleep well. Over the next 2 days, I kept watch. I left the cabin only during daylight and always carried my phone with emergency numbers pre-dialed. The strange noises stopped. No more footsteps in the night, but I felt watched, like someone was still out there waiting. I didn't want to stay longer. On the final morning, I packed up and left. Driving back along the dirt road, I felt relief with every mile. I kept the windows up and locked the doors. The cabin was peaceful, but the memories of those nights stayed with me. Back in the city, I realized how much I took safety for granted. The woods were beautiful but unforgiving. People might mean harm, and when you're alone in the wild, help can be hours away. I never went back to that cabin, but sometimes, when I'm driving at night on a lonely road or hearing a noise outside my window, I remember those footsteps in the dark and how close I came to something I wasn't ready for. If there's one thing I learned from that trip, it's this: being alone in the wild isn't just about facing nature. Sometimes the scariest thing is knowing another person is out there, watching, waiting, and you have no idea what they want. That kind of fear doesn't need ghosts or monsters. It's real, it's raw, and it stays with you long after you've left the forest behind. I never really expected that one quiet weekend away in the woods would change how I think about being alone forever. My name's Daniel, I'm 32, and I live in a small town in northern Maine. Back in the summer of 2018, after a rough year at my job and a messy breakup, I decided I needed some time by myself. No distractions, no people, just me and the woods. It seemed like a good idea at the time. I found a cabin rental on a website that advertised rustic stays deep in the pines near Baxter State Park. It was about a 3-hour drive from my place, past small towns that looked frozen in time, and then off the main roads, winding along a gravel path that quickly narrowed to a rutted dirt track. The website showed some pictures: a small, old wooden cabin, a porch with a couple of chairs, a fire pit outside, and the promise of total silence. Perfect. I packed the usual: some clothes, a couple of books, my camera, a small first aid kit, and enough food for 3 days. No internet, no cell service past a point. Just me and whatever the woods would offer. I wasn't looking for trouble or stories, just peace. The day I left, the sky was a pale gray, the kind of overcast that presses down on you but doesn't rain. The road out of town was lined with thick trees, mostly pines, and as I drove further, the traffic thinned to nothing. I liked the quiet. The only sound was the tires crunching over the gravel and dirt. It felt good to disconnect, to be away from the constant noise of people. I arrived at the parking spot for the cabin just as the sun was starting to drop behind the hills. There was a small cleared area with space for one car and a narrow path leading up to the cabin. The cabin was older than I expected. Weathered wood, paint peeling, and a roof that looked patched in a few places. But it had a charm, the kind of place you'd imagine in a movie about escaping the world. I opened the door and stepped inside. It smelled of old wood and a faint trace of smoke. The inside was simple, just a small living room with a wood stove, a kitchen area with a sink and a tiny gas stove, a small table with 2 chairs, and a bedroom in the back with a bed that looked like it had been there for decades. There were a few windows, all dusty but clear enough to see the trees outside. I unpacked quickly, stacking my food on the counter, setting my backpack near the door. The cabin was dim inside, with soft light filtering through the trees. The silence was complete except for the occasional creak of the wood settling. I liked it. After making a simple dinner of canned beans and some bread, I built a small fire in the stove. The crackling flames brought warmth and a little light to the room. I sat back in the wooden chair, sipping some water, feeling the tension in my shoulders ease. The world felt miles away. Outside, the wind picked up, and the trees whispered softly. The smell of pine and damp earth came in through the open window. I felt alone but safe, or so I thought. That first night was uneventful. I slept with the windows cracked open, the sounds of the forest lulling me into a deep sleep. The next morning, I woke early, the sky pale but bright. I made coffee on the gas stove and ate some granola bars. I decided to take a walk down one of the forest paths I spotted from the cabin porch. The woods were dense but friendly looking. Tall pine trees stretched up to the sky, with thick moss and fallen branches covering the ground. Birds chirped, and occasionally, I caught the snap of a twig as a squirrel or a rabbit moved nearby. The air smelled fresh, clean, and cool. I walked for a couple of hours, taking photos of interesting trees and patterns in the bark. I didn't see anyone else. It felt like the woods had been untouched for years. The trail was narrow, and after a while, I realized I hadn't seen any signs or markers. That made me uneasy. I was careful not to stray too far, but I kept walking, curious. Around midday, I found a small clearing with a little stream running through it. The water was clear and cold. I sat on a rock and ate some snacks, listening to the water trickling. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't experienced in a long time. I headed back before the sun reached its peak. The walk back was slower, and I paid more attention to the way the trees shifted as the light changed. I noticed something odd then. A thin trail of footprints in the soft earth, partially covered by leaves, leading away from the stream towards the north. I followed the footprints for a bit, curious but careful. They looked fresh, maybe from the day before or early that morning. The size suggested they belonged to an adult male. I felt a flicker of unease. I wasn't supposed to see anyone out here, and there was no cell signal to call for help if needed. The footprints disappeared into a thicker part of the forest where the underbrush was dense. I decided not to go further and turned back. Still, the thought that someone else had been nearby unsettled me. Back at the cabin, I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows. The cabin had old locks, not very secure, but it was all there was. I sat by the stove again, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, I slept fitfully. I woke up several times, hearing noises outside, branches snapping, the rustle of leaves. I told myself it was animals, deer or maybe a raccoon, but the feeling lingered. I kept the small knife I carried on the nightstand, just in case. The next day, I stayed mostly inside. I didn't want to wander far. I spent the morning cleaning the cabin a bit and organizing my things. In the afternoon, I went outside to collect some firewood. The forest was quieter now, almost too quiet. The birds weren't singing like before. The wind had died down. As I gathered sticks near the tree line, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A low, deliberate crunching behind me, like someone walking slowly through dry leaves. I froze and turned. No one was there. The forest was empty. I hurried back to the cabin, heart pounding. I locked the door behind me and checked the windows. Everything was still. I wanted to tell myself it was an animal, but the pace of the footsteps felt human. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. The wind had picked up again, rattling the windows. I stayed awake until early morning, sitting by the stove, listening. On the third day, I decided to leave early. I didn't want to be there another night, but when I tried to start the car, it wouldn't turn over. The battery was dead, probably from sitting and used for so long. I had no cell signal to call for help. I felt trapped. I looked around the clearing for any sign of other cabins or people but saw nothing. The nearest road was still a couple of miles away. The gravel track I'd come on was narrow and overgrown in places. I gathered my things and started walking down the track toward the main road, hoping to find someone to help. The forest felt heavy and watchful. Every crack of a branch, every rustle, made me look over my shoulder. After walking an hour or so, I found a small ranger station closed for the season. The door was locked, but there was a pay phone outside, old and dusty. I picked up the receiver, but the line was dead. The sky was turning gray, and clouds were gathering. I realized I might have to walk all the way back or wait until morning. I found a better spot nearby to wait, under a large pine tree. I lit a small fire for warmth and settled in, trying to stay calm. I told myself I'd be fine, but then I heard footsteps again, slow and careful, coming from the woods. I couldn't see anyone. The footsteps circled around me. My heart raced. I stayed still, clutching my knife. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps stopped. Silence fell. I waited until it was dark, then made my way back toward the cabin, keeping to the road. The night was pitch black, and the forest around me seemed endless. When I got back to the cabin, I packed everything into my backpack and stayed up by the fire, waiting for dawn. The next morning, I tried the car again. This time, it started on the first turn. I didn't stop for anything on the drive back. When I got home, I told myself I'd never go back to that cabin. The woods were beautiful, yes, but something about being alone out there, so isolated, so exposed, had changed me. I felt smaller, more vulnerable, and aware that sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you see or hear, but what you don't. It was the autumn of 2012 when I decided to spend a week alone in a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Vermont. I was 28 years old, working a typical 9-to-5 office job that I hated, and I needed to escape the noise, the endless emails, the constant buzzing of city life. I had always loved nature, and cabins offered a quiet refuge away from everything. This time, I chose a place I found on a small, barely known rental website. A simple, rustic cabin called Silent Pines, named for the dense stand of pine trees surrounding it. The cabin was about a 2-hour drive from the nearest town, tucked far back along a narrow dirt road that twisted through the forest. The area was sparsely populated, with only a few other cabins scattered miles away. The silence there was nearly total, broken only by the occasional call of a bird or the rustle of leaves in the wind. I packed my car with the bare essentials: warm clothes, food for the week, a small wood stove with plenty of firewood, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a heavy-duty camping knife. I also brought a basic cell phone for emergencies, but I didn't expect to get much signal out there. I was prepared to disconnect completely. The drive itself was peaceful. The trees were dressed in the bright oranges, reds, and yellows of fall. The sunlight filtered through the branches, creating long, dappled shadows on the road. I passed no cars for most of the way, only the occasional deer crossing the road ahead of me. The air smelled crisp and clean. When I finally reached the cabin, I was pleased to see it was exactly as described. Small, sturdy, made of dark brown logs with a slanted roof and a single porch that looked out over a small clearing. The front door creaked a bit when I opened it, revealing a cozy interior with a wooden floor, a small kitchen area, a table with 2 chairs, a bed with a thick quilt, and the wood stove in the corner. The windows were large and looked out on the towering pines. There was no electricity or running water inside the cabin. I would rely on the well outside and the wood stove for heat and cooking. It was simple, but exactly what I wanted. The first night was calm. After unpacking, I chopped some wood and started a fire in the stove, which filled the room with warmth and a faint smell of burning pine. I cooked a simple dinner on a small cast iron pan, then sat by the fire reading a book I had brought. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, but inside it was quiet and safe. As the night deepened, I went to bed early, my body tired from the long drive. The cabin's silence was comforting, and the faint sounds of nature seemed distant. I fell asleep quickly. The following days passed quietly. I spent my mornings walking through the woods, exploring the small creek nearby, and collecting pine cones and fallen leaves. The air was cool, and the sun's rays softened the forest floor with light. I took pictures with my old camera and noted how the quiet seemed to seep into my bones, making me feel more relaxed than I had in years. I didn't hear any other humans all week. The cabin was my only shelter, my only company, the trees and the occasional animal. I enjoyed the solitude, but on the 5th day, something began to feel off. That afternoon, I had gone for a longer walk down a faint trail I had found just beyond the creek. The forest was thick, with tall pines standing close together. The trail was barely visible, covered in leaves and small branches. After about an hour, I decided to turn back as the light was beginning to fade. As I retraced my steps, I noticed something unusual. The trail didn't look the same. Some of the trees that had stood on my right now appeared on my left. The small rock I had stepped on earlier was gone. The way back seemed different. I stopped and looked around. The forest was dense, the tall pines blocking much of the fading sunlight. I was sure I was going the right way, but the path seemed to twist and curve in unexpected ways. The forest floor was covered with a thick layer of pine needles, muffling my footsteps. I tried to remain calm and continued walking, but my heart began to beat faster. The woods, which had felt so peaceful, now seemed vast and unfamiliar. After another 20 minutes, I realized I still hadn't seen the creek. The sound of running water that had marked the path was gone. Instead, the silence pressed in on me, heavy and unnatural. Panic started to rise in my chest. I stopped, turned in circles, trying to spot anything recognizable. The trees around me were tall and straight, their branches nearly touching overhead. There was no sign of the trail or the creek. I took a deep breath and reached for my phone, hoping for a signal to call for help or at least check my location on the map. The screen lit up, but there was no signal, no bars at all. I pocketed the phone, forcing myself to think. I was lost. The sun was setting fast, and I knew I had to find my way back before dark. I remembered the direction I had come from and tried to head east, hoping it would lead me back to the cabin. I walked carefully, stepping over roots and fallen branches, listening to the sound of the forest. But after nearly an hour, I realized I was walking in circles. The trees all looked the same. The forest floor was flat, with no hills or landmarks to guide me. I felt a cold sweat on my forehead and my breath coming faster. I decided to stop and sit on a fallen log to rest and think. I pulled out my knife, held it tightly in my hand, and tried to calm myself. The forest was darkening rapidly. The shadows stretched long and deep between the trees. The air grew colder. As night fell, I knew I had to find shelter. I was far from the cabin, lost in the woods with no light and no signal. The temperature was dropping, and I had only one flashlight with weak batteries. I looked around and spotted a small hollow under the roots of a large tree. It wasn't much, but it was shelter from the wind and rain if it came. I gathered some dry leaves and pine needles to make a bed inside the hollow. I covered myself with my jacket and huddled in the darkness. I tried to stay awake, listening for any sounds. Animals, other humans, or anything that might indicate danger. The forest was alive with night noises. The hoot of an owl, the scurry of small animals in the leaves, the crack of twigs breaking under invisible feet. I held the knife close and focused on breathing slowly, trying to keep fear at bay. The hours passed slowly. I tried to keep track of time by the position of the stars, but the canopy of trees made it hard to see the sky. Every sound seemed amplified in the silence around me. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps nearby, heavy, slow, and deliberate. I froze, heart pounding. I whispered quietly, but there was no answer. The footsteps stopped, and the forest was silent again. I knew there was no one else around for miles, but the sound terrified me. I stayed motionless, gripping the knife, until the sounds faded away. When dawn finally broke, I climbed out of the hollow and looked around. The forest looked different in the daylight, less frightening, more open. I was determined to find the cabin. I decided to follow the sun, knowing it rises roughly in the east. I hoped the cabin was to the west of where I was, so by walking west, I might reach it. I walked for hours, my legs aching, my stomach empty. The forest was dense but not impossible to move through. I kept an eye out for any sign of the trail or the creek. Eventually, I stumbled on a faint path, marked by tire tracks and footprints. It looked like a logging road or a service trail used by local workers. I followed it cautiously, relieved to have some direction. By late afternoon, I reached a small dirt road. My heart lifted. I recognized this road from the drive-in. I walked along it until I saw the familiar shapes of power lines in the distance. I took out my phone and suddenly had one bar of signal. I called the rental company to tell them I was safe but lost and would be late returning. After a few minutes' walk, I reached the cabin. The relief I felt was overwhelming. The cabin was just as I had left it, quiet, still, and waiting for me. I immediately built a fire, lit the stove, and warmed up. I drank some water and ate a small meal. I sat by the fire and reflected on what had happened. The experience taught me how fragile our sense of security can be. I had been confident in the forest, but it had easily swallowed me up. The woods were vast and unknowable, and one wrong turn could trap you in the wild with no help. I realized how important it was to prepare better, to carry a map and compass, to mark trails carefully, and to never underestimate the power of nature's silence. In the days that followed, I stayed inside the cabin, reluctant to leave again. The woods felt different now, less inviting, more mysterious. I spent time repairing my gear and studying maps. On the last day before leaving, I marked the trail with ribbons and took detailed notes so I would not get lost again. Driving away from silent pines that week, I felt a mix of exhaustion and respect for the wilderness. I never returned to that cabin, but the experience stayed with me, a reminder that my name is Mark Benson. It was the fall of 1997 when I decided to take a break from city life. At 28 years old, I was working a desk job in Chicago that was draining me mentally and physically. I wanted to escape. No phones, no emails, no people. Just me and the woods. The idea of renting a cabin in the remote mountains of northern Wisconsin seemed like the perfect remedy. I found a small rental cabin about 45 miles outside of Rhinelander. The owner was an older man named Mr. Greer, who said the cabin was off the grid and perfect for anyone wanting peace and quiet. The place was nestled deep in the woods, surrounded by dense pines and thick brush. A narrow dirt road led to it, barely maintained, and I was told that once you drove past a certain point, you might not see another car for days. I arrived late in the afternoon. The sun was low, casting long orange shadows between the trees. The air was crisp with the early hints of winter. I had packed only the essentials: some canned food, a little stove, warm clothes, a lantern, and a decent supply of water. My plan was to spend a week alone, hiking during the day and reading at night. No distractions, no stress. The cabin was small, maybe 400 square feet. It had a single room with a wood stove in the center, a small kitchenette, and a loft for sleeping. The windows were small and covered with old, thick curtains. The furniture was simple: a wooden table, 2 chairs, and a battered old couch that looked like it had seen better days. There was no electricity, no running water. Everything had to be done by hand. After unloading my gear, I took a walk around the property. The cabin sat at the edge of a clearing, surrounded by towering pines that swayed gently in the breeze. Beyond the trees, I could hear the distant rush of a creek. The smell of pine needles and damp earth filled the air. The silence was complete except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the call of a distant bird. It was peaceful, almost unnerving in its stillness. That first night, I made a fire in the stove and cooked some soup over my small camping stove. The fire crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows on the walls. I sat in the chair near the stove with a book, but after a while, my eyes grew heavy. I climbed the narrow wooden ladder to the loft, laid out my sleeping bag, and fell asleep to the sound of the fire dying down. The next morning, I woke early to the cold. I layered up in warm clothes and stepped outside. The sun had risen fully now, but it was still chilly. I decided to explore the nearby creek. I followed a faint trail that wound through the trees, and after about 20 minutes, I reached the water. The creek was clear and cold, running over smooth stones and fallen branches. I crouched down, dipping my hands in the icy water. It was refreshing. As I walked back, I noticed some strange tire tracks near the cabin's driveway. They were fresh, deep, and looked like they were made by a heavy vehicle. I hadn't seen a car since arriving, so this caught my attention. I thought maybe the owner or some neighbors had come by recently, but no one had told me about any visitors. I shrugged it off and went back to the cabin. The second day passed quietly. I stayed mostly inside, reading and writing notes about the forest and the peacefulness of the place. At night, I made sure the stove was stoked well, and I double-checked the door locks. Despite the isolation, I felt calm. Then, on the third morning, something changed. I woke to a strange noise outside the cabin. It was a low, constant thumping sound. Not loud, but definitely there. It was rhythmic, like footsteps, but too heavy for a person. I lay still for a few minutes, listening. The noise stopped abruptly. I cautiously looked out the window but saw nothing but trees and shadows. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a bear moving through the brush. The forest was full of wildlife, after all. Still, I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I tried to focus on my plans for the day. I was going to hike a longer trail that led up a nearby ridge. It was supposed to have a great view of the forest canopy. I packed my backpack with water, food, and a map, locked the cabin, and headed out. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places. I could feel the weight of the forest pressing in around me. Tall pines, thick underbrush, fallen leaves crunchy underfoot. The further I went, the quieter everything became. Even the birds seemed to stop singing. I reached the ridge in the early afternoon. The view was stunning. A sea of trees stretching out as far as the eye could see. The sun was warm on my face, and I felt a brief sense of joy. I sat down on a rock to eat some crackers and cheese. That's when I heard it again. The thumping noise, faint but close. It wasn't natural. It was too heavy, too deliberate, like something large was moving near the base of the ridge. I stood up slowly, scanning the trees below. There was nothing visible, just shadows and branches. A chill ran down my spine. I knew the forest well enough to recognize the sounds of animals, and this wasn't one of them. I decided to head back. The walk down was tense. Every snap of a twig, every rustle made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, but I saw no one. When I got back to the cabin, it was already dusk. I checked the door again, made sure the windows were locked, and prepared dinner. The thumping noise had stopped, but the feeling of unease stayed with me. That night, sleep did not come easily. Every creak of the cabin, every sigh of the wind against the walls, made me alert. I kept a fire going in the stove and sat awake, listening. At some point, I thought I heard something at the door, a soft scraping noise. I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the door, ready to defend myself. But outside, there was nothing but the cold, dark forest. The next morning, I found strange marks outside the cabin. Deep scratches in the dirt, wide enough to be claw marks. They circled the cabin, sometimes close to the walls, sometimes farther out. I had no idea what could have made them. I decided it was time to leave. I packed quickly, my hands trembling. As I was loading my backpack, I heard the thumping again. This time it was loud and very close, like something big was pounding on the ground nearby. I didn't look around. I just grabbed my keys and ran to my car. The dirt road was rough and narrow. I had to drive slowly to keep control. But as I reached a bend near the edge of the forest, I saw something blocking the road, a huge fallen tree. I slammed on the brakes and stared in disbelief. I tried to back up to turn around, but my car got stuck in the soft dirt. I was trapped. My heart pounded as I got out, trying to push the car free. The thumping was all around me now, growing louder, echoing through the trees. Then I saw it, a large shadow moving between the trees, watching me. It wasn't an animal, not any creature I knew. It was big, covered in dark fur or hair, tall enough to stand on two legs. I scrambled back into the car, locked the doors, and started the engine. The shadow didn't move toward me, but it stayed there, watching. After several tense minutes, I managed to free the car and sped down the road, not stopping until I reached a gas station miles away. When I finally called Mr. Greer, he was calm but serious. He told me the area had recent reports of a big animal that had attacked hunters and hikers. No one knew what exactly it was. Some called it a bear, others said it was something else. But everyone agreed it was dangerous and unpredictable. I never went back to that cabin. The experience left a scar on me. I realized how vulnerable I was out there alone, and how the wilderness, while beautiful, could also be brutal and unforgiving. The clear ending. That week in the woods taught me many things. I learned that nature is not a friendly place just because it looks peaceful. The silence can hide threats you don't expect, and the shadows can hold dangers no storybook can prepare you for. When I finally returned to the city, I felt different. I was more cautious, more aware of my surroundings. The cabin was supposed to be a refuge, but it almost became my prison. The strange noises, the claw marks, the giant shadow, they were reminders that the wild doesn't forgive mistakes. I never told many people what happened. Most would dismiss it as a hallucination or exaggeration. But I know what I saw and heard. It wasn't a ghost or some made-up monster. It was something real, something wild, something primal. Since then, I've stayed close to towns, only camping in well-traveled areas. The woods are beautiful, but they are not safe for everyone. And sometimes it's better to be safe than to prove you can handle the wild. That cabin, that week, will always be a dark chapter in my life. I'm grateful I got out alive and that I can still tell this story. It's a reminder that sometimes the scariest things are not the ones we imagine, but the ones that really exist, quietly waiting in the shadows. My name is Ethan Carter. It was the summer of 2018, and I was 27 years old. I had recently decided to take some time off work to get away from the noise of city life. I'd been working a stressful job in marketing for a few years in Chicago, and the constant pressure was wearing me down. I wanted something quiet, something that would let me breathe again. So, I rented a small cabin in Maplewood, a remote part of northern Wisconsin, nestled deep in a dense forest of towering pine and birch trees. The cabin was a modest, single-story wooden structure built sometime in the 1950s, with a sagging roof and windows that had seen better days. It sat alone, miles away from the nearest town, accessible only by a rough dirt road that twisted through the woods. The first day I arrived, the late afternoon sun was dipping low, casting long shadows between the trees. The air smelled crisp and fresh, with the faint scent of pine needles and damp earth. I pulled up to the cabin, my car crunching over the gravel driveway, and stepped out. The silence was immediate and thick. No cars, no voices, just the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. The cabin's wooden door creaked loudly as I pushed it open. Inside, the place was musty but clean. The floorboards creaked beneath my boots. There was a small wood stove in one corner, a rickety table and 2 chairs, and a bed with a faded quilt. The kitchen had an old sink, a tiny fridge, and a gas stove that looked like it hadn't been used in a while. I spent that evening unpacking the bare essentials. A few changes of clothes, some food, a flashlight, and my laptop. I wanted this trip to be a mix of rest and a bit of work, but mostly rest. I planned to spend my days hiking, reading, and just being alone with my thoughts. The first night was quiet except for the occasional hoot of an owl and the soft rustle of branches brushing together. I felt peaceful, like I had finally escaped the chaos. The next morning, I woke early with the sun streaming through the cracked window. I brewed some coffee on the stove, opened the cabin's small window, and listened to the forest waking up. The birds were chirping, and somewhere in the distance, a woodpecker was tapping rhythmically on a tree. The air was cool but promising warmth as the day progressed. I decided to explore the area around the cabin. There was a narrow trail marked by old signs pointing to a nearby lake about a mile away. The path was overgrown in places, but easy enough to follow. As I walked, I noticed how quiet everything was compared to the city. No hum of engines, no distant chatter, just the occasional snap of twigs underfoot. The forest felt vast and a little intimidating, but also welcoming. When I reached the lake, it was like stepping into a postcard. The water was still and dark, reflecting the clear blue sky and the trees that surrounded it. I found a smooth, flat rock near the shore and sat for a while, soaking in the silence. The peace was almost overwhelming. I didn't see a single person or animal for miles. That afternoon, I returned to the cabin and cooked a simple meal on the stove. Canned soup warmed up and some bread. I sat by the window, watching the light fade as the sun sank behind the trees. Night fell quickly in the forest, and soon the cabin was plunged into darkness except for the soft glow of my lantern. As I got ready for bed, I felt a slight unease creeping in. It was probably just the isolation. Still, I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, a habit from living in the city. The wind picked up outside, making the trees sway and the old cabin creak. I tried to push the feeling away and settled under the quilt. The second night passed with the usual forest sounds: wind, occasional animal calls, the distant howl of a coyote. Nothing out of the ordinary. But on the third night, things started to feel different. I woke suddenly around 2 a.m. to a faint noise. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I heard it again. A slow, deliberate crunching, like footsteps on dry leaves and twigs. The sound was coming from outside the cabin. My heart jumped. I lay still, listening. The noise moved slowly around the perimeter of the cabin, pausing at times. I didn't hear any voices or shouts, just the crunching and soft snaps. I grabbed my flashlight from the bedside table and held it ready, but I didn't want to open the door and face whoever or whatever was out there. The sound continued for nearly 20 minutes before it faded away into silence. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. There were footprints in the dirt around the back, just outside the small window. They were muddy and fresh, but I didn't recognize them. They looked like boot prints but were oddly spaced. The stride was uneven, almost like someone was limping or moving carefully to avoid making too much noise. I started to feel nervous. I knew this area was remote, but it was also popular with hunters and fishermen during certain seasons. Still, I had expected to be alone. I debated leaving right then, but decided to stay. I hadn't come all this way just to turn back early. I spent the next day trying to ignore the fear creeping in. I stayed inside more than I had planned, keeping the windows shut and the doors locked. Every little noise outside made me jump. I kept my phone close, though I barely had service, 1 bar at best, enough to send occasional texts but no calls. That night, the footsteps returned, louder and more persistent. They circled the cabin again, this time for a longer period. I was too scared to look outside, but I kept the flashlight ready. The noises stopped abruptly at around 3 a.m., replaced by a silence that felt heavier than before. On the fourth day, I found more evidence that I wasn't alone. Near the trailhead, I noticed broken branches and flattened grass, signs of someone moving through the woods recently. I also found a discarded plastic bottle and a cigarette, but near the cabin. Someone had been watching me, or at least had been nearby without me knowing. I realized then that I had underestimated how vulnerable I was. The cabin was small and isolated, and while the front door had a lock, the windows could be easily broken. I began making plans for what to do if someone tried to break in. I found a heavy metal poker in the fireplace and kept it near my bed. That night, sleep was impossible. Every sound outside startled me. I stayed awake most of the night, flashlight in hand, listening. On the 5th day, I decided to hike further into the woods, hoping to find a better trail or even some other people. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, and a map of the area. The forest grew thicker as I walked, and the sun filtered dimly through the canopy. After about 2 hours, I came to a clearing with an old abandoned hunting shack. The wood was rotten, and the roof sagged, but it was the first sign of human presence other than the cabin. I searched around the shack and found more signs of recent activity. A makeshift fire pit with ashes that were still warm, footprints, and some old cans. It looked like someone had been living here temporarily, maybe hiding or passing through. The place gave me an uneasy feeling, but I took some photos with my phone just in case. As I turned back, I noticed something strange. Scratched into the bark of a nearby tree was a symbol, just a circle with a line through it, but it felt deliberate, like a warning. I didn't know what to make of it. When I got back to the cabin, I locked every door and window and checked the poker was still within reach. The sun was setting fast, and the forest was already dimming. That night, I was jolted awake by the sound of the front door handle rattling. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst. The handle wiggled and turned, but the door didn't open. I must have locked it properly. The rattling stopped suddenly, and I held my breath. Minutes passed before I dared to move. I sat up, flashlight shining toward the door. No one was there. I got up carefully and looked out the window. The dirt driveway was empty, but the tire tracks from a vehicle showed recent passage. Someone had come close but hadn't tried to force the door. I decided then that I couldn't stay the night in the cabin any longer. I packed a small bag quickly and left a note on the kitchen table in case anyone found it. The note was simple. I was leaving for safety and would return later. The road out was dark and twisting. I drove carefully, my eyes darting between the road and the dark trees on either side. I didn't stop until I reached the main highway several miles away. The next day, I checked into a motel in the nearest town, Eagle River. I called the local ranger station and reported the strange signs and the fact someone might be lurking near the cabin. They told me they would send someone to check it out. Over the next few days, I stayed in town, feeling uneasy but safe. I thought about returning to the cabin but decided against it for now. The experience had shaken me deeply. A week later, I got a call from the ranger. They had investigated the cabin and found evidence of squatters who had been living there intermittently. Broken locks, food wrappers, and footprints. The ranger warned me that people sometimes used abandoned cabins for shelter or illegal activities. They suggested I not return alone. I took their advice seriously. After some time, I arranged for a friend to join me. The first thing I remember about that trip was the quiet. Not the kind of quiet that feels peaceful, but the kind that makes you aware of every little sound. The kind that presses down on you like the walls of a room closing in slowly, suffocatingly. I had been looking forward to the weekend for weeks, a break from work and city life. I was tired of the noise, the endless buzz of traffic, the flickering of streetlights through my bedroom window at night. I wanted to disappear somewhere, even if just for a few days. The cabin I rented was deep in the forest. It wasn't anything fancy. A small wooden building with peeling paint, a creaky porch, and windows covered in dirt and grime. The owner said it was rustic and perfect for a quiet getaway. I hadn't paid much attention to the pictures online. I was more focused on the fact it was cheap and still available last minute. It was a couple of hours' drive from town, through winding roads surrounded by thick trees on both sides, making the way there feel like passing through a tunnel of green. When I finally arrived just before dusk, the sky was a pale orange fading into purple. The forest around the cabin was dense and darkening fast. The air smelled of pine needles and wet earth. I remember stepping out of the car, feeling the chill settle into my bones. It was late spring, but the forest was still cold in the evenings, and the sun dipped early behind the trees. I grabbed my bags, trying not to notice how empty the gravel driveway was, how not a single other car or person was in sight. The cabin door protested with a loud creak as I opened it. Inside, the air was stale and smelled like dust and old wood. The floor was wooden and uneven in places, the walls lined with cracked wallpaper that had yellowed with age. There was a small kitchen area with a rusty stove and a sink with a faucet that barely dripped water. A wood-burning stove stood in the corner, cold and covered with a layer of ash. I had brought a bag of firewood with me, planning to light it later when the cold grew too much. I dropped my bags on the floor and took a moment to look around. The cabin had 2 small rooms, a main living area with a table and 2 chairs, and a bedroom with a bed covered in a thick, musty blanket. The windows were so dirty I could barely see through them, but I knew from the fading light outside that the forest pressed close all around the cabin. The branches scraped gently against the walls with every breeze, making a soft, scratching noise. I unpacked my things slowly, trying to ignore the feeling creeping up the back of my neck. It was subtle at first, just a strange unease that wouldn't go away. I chalked it up to the isolation, to the unfamiliar surroundings. After all, I was alone here, and that meant silence, which I usually loved. I was supposed to be relaxing. The first night passed without much incident, though I didn't sleep well. The bed was hard and creaked every time I moved. Outside, the forest seemed alive with noises, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the snapping of a twig here and there. Every little sound made me jump. I found myself checking the locks on the door more times than I cared to admit, even though I knew the cabin was in the middle of nowhere and that no one was likely to come by. On the second day, I decided to explore the area. There was a trail that started not far from the cabin, winding through the forest. It looked well-worn, probably used by hunters or hikers, but I didn't see any signs or people. The trees were tall and close, casting long shadows on the ground. The forest floor was covered with pine needles and broken branches. I walked for hours, trying to push the feeling of unease aside, but it followed me like a shadow. As I walked deeper into the woods, I noticed something odd. The trail started to get narrower, less maintained. Fallen branches blocked the path, and the undergrowth grew thicker. It was harder to move through, and the light dimmed because the trees grew closer together. At one point, I heard a snapping sound behind me, like someone stepping on dry twigs. I stopped and turned around quickly, but there was no one there. Only the forest, silent except for the wind in the trees. I kept walking, feeling my heart rate speed up. I told myself it was just an animal or my mind playing tricks. The woods were full of deer, raccoons, and sometimes even bears. But the feeling didn't go away. Every step felt heavier, like the forest was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. By late afternoon, I turned back. The sky was clouding over, and the air grew colder. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the door and double-checked the windows. The unease was stronger now. Something about the place felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. That night was the worst. The wind picked up, howling through the trees and making the cabin groan. The old wood creaked and shifted, and I could hear things tapping against the walls, branches, or maybe small animals. I stayed by the window for a long time, watching the shadows move outside. At one point, I thought I saw a figure standing just beyond the tree line, but when I blinked, it was gone. I tried to convince myself I was tired, stressed, imagining things, but my heart pounded so hard it kept me awake. I made sure my phone was charged and had service, just in case. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but I didn't want to admit how scared I was. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted. The sky was gray and overcast, and a light drizzle had started. I didn't want to stay another night. I packed quickly, my hands shaking as I shoved clothes and food into my bag. Before leaving, I did a final check of the cabin. That's when I noticed it. On the inside of the front door, there was a mark, a faint, dark smudge that hadn't been there before. It looked like a handprint, but smeared and smudged, as if someone had pressed their palm hard against the wood and then dragged it down. My breath caught in my throat. I was sure I hadn't seen it when I arrived. I ran my fingers over it, half expecting it to be dirt or something from outside. But it was dry and cold, almost sticky. I tried to scrub it off with a cloth, but it wouldn't come. The more I looked at it, the more unsettled I became. I grabbed my bags and rushed out of the cabin, locking the door behind me. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet, as if holding its breath. I started the car and didn't look back. The drive out of the woods was nerve-wracking. Every shadow seemed to move just a little too fast, every noise too sharp. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me. When I finally reached the main road, the trees thinned, and the houses of the small town came into view. The feeling of relief was overwhelming. I drove straight to the nearest gas station, filled the tank, and called a friend to pick me up. I didn't want to be alone again. Later, I told myself maybe it was just the isolation messing with my head, maybe the stress of being alone in a strange place. But deep down, I knew something was wrong about that cabin. Something about the place made me feel watched, like I wasn't supposed to be there. And that handprint, whatever it was a reminder that I wasn't as alone as I thought. I never went back, and I never will. The memory of those nights, the sounds, the dark forest pressing close, still haunts me. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can still hear the cabin creaking, waiting for the next person foolish enough to stay there. It was the second week of October when I decided to take a break from everything. Work had been draining me, and things at home were tense for no specific reason. I didn't want to talk to anyone or see anyone. I just wanted a few days away, by myself, in a quiet place. So, I rented a small cabin way up north in Michigan, far from any major towns. I didn't even tell anyone exactly where I was going, just said I'd be off the grid for a bit. That was the point. No cell reception, no neighbors, no noise. The cabin was advertised as an old hunting lodge. It looked simple in the pictures. A one-story wooden structure with a small porch and a stone chimney. It sat in the middle of dense woods, a mile and a half down a dirt path that broke off from a two-lane road. I found it online through a small rental website that mostly featured isolated, off-the-grid cabins for people who like to hunt, fish, or just disappear for a while. The guy who owned it left the key under a big flat rock next to the front steps, as he promised in the confirmation email. I got there in the late afternoon. The sun was still out but already sinking behind the trees. The place looked just like the photos. Plain, a little weather-worn, but solid. There was a small fire pit in the front yard, a pile of chopped wood stacked against the side wall, and a single outhouse about 20 yards out, behind some tall trees. There wasn't a single sound except for leaves rustling and the occasional bird call. I parked my car near the front, grabbed my bag, and stepped onto the porch. Inside was just as simple. One room with a bed pushed against the wall, a small table with 2 chairs, a few shelves with some old cookware and dried goods, and a wood-burning stove. There was no electricity, no running water. I brought my own food, a flashlight, a bunch of batteries, and a small solar-powered lantern. I also brought a camp stove just in case. That first night, I sat outside by the fire pit and watched the woods disappear into the darkness. The fire kept me warm, and I drank a can of beer while bundled in my jacket. I didn't feel afraid. I actually felt more relaxed than I had in weeks. When the fire started to die out, I doused it, brushed my teeth using a water bottle, and climbed into bed with a thick blanket. The only sounds were the creaking of the cabin and the wind moving through the trees. I fell asleep easily. The next morning, I woke up cold. The temperature had dropped more than I expected overnight. I got the stove going with some kindling and made a small breakfast of instant oatmeal and coffee. I spent most of that day hiking through the woods behind the cabin, not following any trail, just exploring. The trees were beautiful, a mix of reds, oranges, and golds. Occasionally, I'd spot a deer in the distance or hear squirrels darting through the underbrush. I marked my path with bright orange ribbon, just in case I got turned around. Around midday, I found a small, stagnant pond maybe a half-mile from the cabin. There were fallen branches everywhere, and the water looked too murky to be from a clean source. I sat there for a while, just staring at it. Something about it felt off. It was too still. No frogs, no dragonflies, no sound. I didn't stay long. I got up and headed back. That evening, I lit another fire, read from a book I brought, and ate a can of chili. Still felt peaceful. But when I crawled into bed that night, I had this strange feeling that I hadn't locked the front door. Couldn't remember if I had. I got up, checked it, and found it was still open a crack. I shut it and locked the bolt. Told myself I was just tired and forgetful. The third day started cloudy and colder. I wore a thick hoodie and gloves while I chopped some more firewood. Around mid-morning, I noticed some scuff marks in the dirt path leading behind the cabin. I thought maybe I had walked that way and just didn't remember, but the marks didn't look like my boots. They were wider and less defined, like someone dragging something heavy. Maybe a deer? But I hadn't heard any gunshots. I followed the marks for about 100 feet, but they eventually disappeared into the brush. That night, something woke me up. I didn't know what at first. I sat up in bed and just listened. The stove had burned out, and the room was cold. The wind was blowing harder than before, making the walls creak more loudly. But there was something else. I thought I heard a faint crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. I turned on my flashlight and aimed it at the window. Nothing. I didn't go outside. I didn't even move from the bed. Just waited, flashlight in hand, heart pounding. After about 20 minutes, the sound stopped. I eventually fell asleep again, but not deeply. Every noise made me twitch. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. Nothing was out of place. The woodpile looked untouched. No new tracks in the dirt. I told myself it must have been an animal, probably a raccoon or deer. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The woods felt different, like they were holding their breath. That day, I didn't hike. I stayed close, cleaned up around the cabin, and kept a fire going most of the time. I kept checking the tree line. Every few hours, I'd think I saw something move, but when I looked directly at it, nothing was there, just wind in the trees. By nightfall, I had the fire roaring, and I kept my flashlight and a small hatchet by my bed. I didn't sleep much. Just after midnight, I heard something again. It was definitely footsteps, slow, heavy, coming from the direction of the pond. I sat up, heart racing, barely breathing. The sound stopped just outside the window. I didn't dare move. The lantern was out, and I didn't want to turn it on and give away my position. I stayed frozen like that for maybe half an hour. Then I heard the door handle move. Just a tiny rattle. A small click. Someone tried it, but it was locked. Whoever it was didn't knock or say anything. They just stood there. I waited. I don't know how long. Eventually, I heard the footsteps again, moving away this time, disappearing into the woods. At dawn, I packed my bag. I couldn't stay another night. I walked the whole perimeter of the cabin. That's when I found the footprints. They weren't mine. These were larger, flatter, and the tread was different. They came from the woods, circled the cabin twice, then led off toward the pond. I followed them about 50 feet before they vanished into thicker brush. There were no signs of a camp or vehicle nearby. Nothing that said anyone had a reason to be out there. I grabbed everything, dumped water over the fire pit, made sure the stove was out, and locked the door behind me. The walk back to the car felt longer than usual. I kept hearing things behind me. Snaps, rustles, whispers of movement. I didn't run, but I wanted to. I drove away without looking back. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. Once I had cell reception again, I checked the area online. No recent news, no reports of break-ins or missing hikers. Just quiet, small-town life. A week later, I emailed the owner and told him I had to leave early. I didn't go into detail. He apologized, offered me a partial refund. I didn't take it. I think about that cabin more often than I should. I never went back. I still don't know who or what was out there that night. Maybe someone living off the grid. Maybe a hunter. Maybe just some stranger passing through. I don't know, but I lock my doors more often now. I check windows twice, and I don't go into the woods alone anymore. I had always loved the idea of being away from the noise and stress of city life. For years, I worked long hours in an office, staring at screens, surrounded by people yet feeling more alone every day. When I finally got the chance to take some time off, I decided to spend it in a small cabin deep in the woods. I wanted to be completely alone with nature, to disconnect from the world and just breathe. The cabin I found was in a remote part of the forest, miles away from the nearest town. It was an old wooden cabin with rough boards and a rusty metal roof, but it looked sturdy enough. The pictures online made it look cozy, with a stone fireplace and big windows that faced a lake. I liked the idea of waking up to the quiet sounds of water and birds. I packed what I needed: clothes, food, a first aid kit, some books, and my camera. I didn't bring much technology, only my phone to check maps and emergency calls if needed, but I knew the signal would be weak or non-existent out there. I was ready for some serious time offline. The drive was long. As I left the city behind, the roads narrowed and twisted, surrounded by tall trees that blocked out the sun. Eventually, I reached a gravel road that led to the cabin. It was rough and bumpy, with potholes filled with water from recent rain. At times, I had to slow down so much I felt like the car might stall. After nearly 2 hours on that road, I finally saw the cabin through the trees. It was just as the pictures showed, old and weathered but standing strong. The air smelled fresh, a mix of pine, wet earth, and wood smoke. The lake was calm and still, reflecting the sky like a giant mirror. I stepped out of the car and took a deep breath. The silence was complete, except for the occasional call of a bird or the splash of a fish jumping. I grabbed my bags and unlocked the front door. The inside smelled faintly of dust and damp wood. The floor creaked under my feet as I moved through the small rooms. I spent the first hour exploring. The kitchen had old appliances but looked usable. The fireplace was cold and dusty but seemed like it could hold a fire. There was a small bedroom with a thin mattress on a simple frame and a bathroom with a shower that didn't work, according to the host's notes. I was prepared for that. After setting my things down, I walked outside to look around. The sun was starting to go down behind the trees, casting long shadows on the ground. The lake glistened faintly as the light faded. I gathered some dry wood near the cabin and started a small fire in the fire pit outside. That first night was peaceful, but I felt a strange kind of tension under the calm. I couldn't explain it well, just a sense of being watched, or like the silence was too complete, almost unnatural. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the woods at night were different and unfamiliar. I went to bed early. The thin mattress wasn't very comfortable, but I was tired enough to fall asleep quickly. At some point during the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure why. The room was dark, but I could see the faint outline of the window where moonlight slipped through the curtains. Outside, I thought I heard a noise, something soft, like the crunch of leaves. I stayed still, listening. The sounds stopped. I lay there for a while, heart pounding, then slowly drifted back to sleep. The next day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin more. I followed a narrow trail that led into the woods and down to the lake shore. The trail was uneven and tangled with roots, and the forest was thick and green. Birds flitted through the branches, and small animals rustled in the underbrush. I felt calmer with the daylight and the normal sounds of the forest. I spent the afternoon walking along the lake, taking photos of the water and trees. I didn't see any other people, only the occasional deer slipping between the trees. When I returned to the cabin, I made a simple meal on the small stove and sat by the fire pit again. That night, the feeling from the first night returned stronger. The silence was heavy, almost oppressive. I kept hearing noises just outside, the snap of a twig, soft rustling. But when I looked out the window, there was nothing there. The trees were still, and the lake was dark and calm. I tried to stay rational. I told myself animals were nearby, maybe a raccoon or a fox. I remembered the cabin's location was quite isolated, and wildlife would be common. But the noises didn't seem random. They sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving just outside the cabin's walls. I tried to ignore it. I stayed inside, pulled the curtains closed, and lay on the mattress, my eyes wide open. I thought about calling someone, but my phone had no signal. The next day, I noticed something odd. Around the cabin, on the ground near the fire pit, there were footprints. They were muddy, about the size of my shoe, but older and rougher. I hadn't seen any other people around when I arrived, and I was sure I had been the only one there. The prints led from the tree line to the cabin and then back into the woods. I wondered if someone else had been nearby in the night. The thought made my skin crawl. I spent the day watching for any signs of people but saw none. Still, I started to feel uneasy. I kept locking the doors and windows and stayed close to the cabin after dark. I didn't sleep well. Every noise made me jump. On the third night, the noises started again, but louder and closer. This time, I heard heavy footsteps around the cabin, circling it slowly. There was no mistaking it. Someone was out there, walking in the dark. I grabbed a flashlight and a pocket knife from my bag. I was scared but didn't want to just wait. I opened the door quietly and stepped outside into the cold night air. The moon was behind clouds, so it was almost completely dark. I shined the flashlight around the cabin but saw nothing. The forest stood silent and still. Then I heard a low sound, like breathing or someone whispering. I called out, but no one answered. The footsteps stopped. I stayed outside for a few minutes longer, shining the light in every direction, but there was no sign of anyone. I went back inside and locked everything tight. After that night, I decided I had to leave the cabin early. The idea of spending more nights alone with someone sneaking around outside was too much. The next morning, I packed quickly. I checked the trail I had used before to make sure it was clear. As I walked back to the car, I kept looking over my shoulder. The woods felt different now, colder and darker, even in the daylight. When I reached the car, I was relieved to see it still there, with no damage or signs of someone trying to get in. I locked the doors and started the engine. On the drive back, I thought about what had happened. I didn't know who or what had been outside the cabin at night. Maybe it was a hunter or someone else camping nearby without telling me. Maybe it was someone homeless or dangerous living in the woods. I would never know. When I got home, I told a few friends about the experience, but I left out some details. I didn't want to worry them or sound paranoid. Still, I felt shaken for weeks after. Looking back, I realized that the cabin was never really safe. The isolation that had attracted me also made it vulnerable. Being alone in the woods means being alert, aware that other people or animals might be close, even when you don't see them. I learned that sometimes fear comes not from ghosts or monsters, but from the simple fact of being alone and unprotected in a wild place, where others can watch and follow without you knowing. Even now, years later, I avoid cabins far from help or other people. I know I can't control what others do, and being isolated makes you exposed. I still love nature and quiet, but I've learned to be cautious and to respect the dangers of solitude. That cabin trip changed me. It showed me that not all scary stories need ghosts or magic. Sometimes reality is enough. The fear of the unknown, the feeling that someone else is just out of sight, waiting in the dark. And that feeling is something I never want to experience again. I've always liked being alone, not in a sad, miserable kind of way, just quiet. It's easier that way. I don't have to explain myself, don't have to keep up with small talk or the fake interest people toss around in crowds. I grew up in a small town in Wisconsin, left for college, came back because the city didn't fit me, and now I do seasonal carpentry, odd jobs, and maintenance work. I live simple, and when I get the chance to get even further out, I take it. That's how I ended up in the cabin. It was an old structure that belonged to the family of a friend I used to do contract work with. They hadn't used it in years, and when I mentioned needing a quiet place for a month or two to work on a side project, rebuilding an old motorcycle frame, they offered it up, no strings. Just needed to make sure I brought my own supplies, left the place how I found it, and kept an eye out for bears. That last one was more of a joke, I think, but I took it seriously enough to bring my rifle. The cabin sat about 15 miles up an unpaved road, off a long winding route that most people only took if they got lost or were hauling wood. There were 2 turnoffs that could get you there, but only one was passable by truck unless you wanted to deal with 2 feet of muck and tree roots. The place had no internet, no phone service, and only a little solar rig with a couple of panels that barely powered the lights and a tiny fridge. I didn't mind. That was the point. I brought in a couple coolers with dry ice, a propane stove, 3 large water containers, and enough food for about 3 weeks. I had my tools, some books, a few journals I wanted to go through, and that rusted-out frame of a 1982 Yamaha Virago to keep me busy. The first week was peaceful. I slept in, made strong coffee, spent hours sanding down the frame, welding the cracked areas, and sketching out wiring layouts. I'd go hiking in the early evenings to keep active, sometimes for a couple of hours, making mental notes of old logging paths or clearings in case I wanted firewood. I saw deer, rabbits, and once a coyote, but nothing dangerous. The air was fresh, crisp even in summer. Nights were cold, but I liked bundling up. It made me feel tucked away, safe. But sometime during the second week, I started noticing small things. I wish I'd paid more attention. First, I found a footprint. Not an animal one, a human one. Barefoot. At first, I thought it was old. Maybe mine from the day before when I walked out to check the water line that fed the little sink. But mine were inside boots, always. This was narrow, with long toes, and it looked fresh. The soil was still damp from a thunderstorm 2 days before. I convinced myself it could have been a warped print. Maybe a raccoon or something that had slid in the mud. I smoothed it over with my boot. That same night, I thought I heard something tapping on the side of the cabin. Just one soft knock. I stopped what I was doing, reading under the yellow glow of the overhead light, and sat perfectly still. My first thought was an animal. Sometimes raccoons or porcupines wander up, looking for trash. But I kept everything sealed and locked in one of the coolers on the back porch, far out of reach. I grabbed my flashlight and rifle and stepped outside. Cold air hit me hard. It was quiet, so quiet it felt like my eardrums were pressing inward. I circled the cabin slowly. No movement, no prints. I stayed out for 10 more minutes, listening, trying to tell if anything was watching me. Nothing. I told myself it was probably a pine cone falling, or a branch. Trees were everywhere, always creaking. The next morning, the side door, the one I never used, was open. Not wide, just cracked about 6 inches. That door had a stiff hinge, and it squealed when moved. I never touched it because I kept it locked from the inside with a sliding bolt. The bolt was undone, sitting against the frame. That one hit me harder than I expected. I checked the whole cabin, inside and out, for any sign that someone had come through. Nothing was missing. Nothing was damaged. No muddy footprints, no broken glass. Felt too neat, too deliberate. Still, I calmed myself. Maybe I forgot to bolt it the night before. Maybe I had walked past it and bumped it open. Maybe the wind pushed it and it popped free. All possible, though none made me feel better. I locked it tight and wedged a heavy stool against it. I should have left then, packed up, taken the long road back to town, and told myself I'd return later when things felt normal. But I didn't. I told myself I was overthinking. I stayed. That night, I woke up to a metallic clank. It wasn't a dream. I knew that because I sat bolt upright, heart pounding, breath tight in my chest. It had come from outside. The sound of metal on metal. A sharp, clear knock, like something tapping a wrench against the propane tank. I got up, turned off the light, and crouched low beneath the window. My boots were already at the edge of the bed. I slipped them on quietly and moved toward the door. The rifle was on the wall by the front window, loaded. I took it down and cracked the door just enough to poke the barrel through. Nothing. The moon was bright, casting sharp shadows across the porch. I could see the edge of the propane tank, a couple feet from the steps. Nothing near it. I stepped out, cold, still, the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. I made my way around the cabin slowly, checking every corner, shining the flashlight out toward the trees. No movement, just trees, black and still. I circled twice. Nothing. The next day, I found a pile of rocks stacked neatly beside the fire pit. I didn't stack them. They weren't there before. Smooth, palm-sized stones, maybe 10 of them, stacked in a pyramid. Again, it felt too intentional. I took them apart and tossed them into the woods. I spent the day on edge, barely touching the bike frame, constantly looking out the windows. I tried the radio I kept in the emergency bag, but it buzzed with static. No signal. I tried again later, turning in circles slowly, hoping for anything. Still nothing. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair by the front window, rifle across my lap. Every light turned off. Around midnight, I saw movement. Just a flicker at first. Something shifting between the trees about 30 yards out, just past where the porch light reached. A dark shape low to the ground, then rising. I couldn't make out any features, just that it was tall, thin, and very still. I aimed the rifle, didn't fire, just stared. After maybe a minute, it turned and slipped between the trees, silent. I stayed awake until dawn. The next day, I loaded everything I could into the truck. I wasn't going to sleep there again. I didn't care about the motorcycle or the journals. I needed to go. When I turned the key in the ignition, nothing happened. Not even a click. I checked the battery. It was dead. Clean terminals, but the charge was gone. I had driven it just 3 days earlier. It had started fine. I always turned off the cabin's inverter at night to save power, and I knew I hadn't left the headlights on. It wasn't natural. Something had drained it. Or someone. I tried the hand crank radio again. Static. I packed a backpack with food, water, and a hatchet and started walking. I knew the long road out would take most of the day, but I couldn't stay. I left a note in the cabin in case anyone found it, even though I didn't believe they would. The first 5 miles were uneventful. I stuck to the road, kept my head on a swivel, and moved fast. That changed in the 6th mile. I saw a figure standing in the middle of the road. From far off, it looked like a man, thin, wearing something dark. But as I got closer, I could see he was barefoot, his arms long, hanging almost to his knees. He wasn't looking at me, just standing still. I stepped off the road, ducked behind a tree, and waited. My heart was pounding so loud I thought it would echo off the bark. I stayed frozen for nearly 10 minutes. When I peeked back, he was gone. I kept going, cutting through the woods to avoid being seen again. I followed the ridgeline I knew would eventually intersect the gravel road near the river crossing. I never made it. About 2 hours in, I realized I was being followed. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear steps, but the feeling grew heavy in my gut, like I was being watched. Every time I stopped, the woods behind me stayed still for a moment, then shifted. Pine cone falling, a branch creaking, just enough to make me feel not alone. I kept moving. Just after sundown, I came across a clearing. At first, I thought it might be a ranger's outpost or an old hunting shack, but it was something else. It was a tent, torn, half collapsed. Scattered gear lay around it. An old sleeping bag, shredded clothes, a crushed metal cup. Everything looked aged, maybe weathered by months or even years. But inside the sleeping bag, I saw a shoe, and inside the shoe, a bone. I backed away, sick rising in my throat. Something had happened here. Not an animal kill. Animals don't leave gear like that. Something worse. I didn't look closer. I turned and kept walking. At full dark, I found an old hunting stand and climbed it. I didn't want to be on the... I needed a break from the city. The constant noise, the crowds, the endless cycle of work and sleep. It was wearing me down. So, when I found a listing for a secluded cabin in the woods, I didn't hesitate. It was advertised as a rustic retreat, miles away from the nearest town, perfect for someone looking to disconnect. The drive was long, winding through dense forests and narrow dirt roads. By the time I arrived, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the clearing where the cabin stood. It was modest, a single-story structure with a porch that creaked under my weight. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. Inside, the cabin was sparse but functional. A wood-burning stove, a small kitchenette, a bed with a lumpy mattress, and a bathroom with questionable plumbing. It was exactly what I needed. The first night was uneventful. I lit a fire, cooked a simple meal, and read by lantern light until sleep took me. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustle of leaves. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. The woods were dense, but a narrow trail led deeper into the forest. I walked for hours, losing track of time, until I stumbled upon something unexpected. A second cabin, hidden among the trees. It was older, more dilapidated, with boarded-up windows and a door hanging off its hinges. Curiosity got the better of me. I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning underfoot. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light filtering through the cracks. The air was stale, tinged with the scent of decay. Furniture lay overturned, and personal belongings were scattered as if someone had left in a hurry. Among the debris, I found a journal. Its pages were yellowed and brittle, filled with entries detailing the life of a man named Thomas. He had lived here years ago, seeking solitude much like I was. But the entries grew darker over time, filled with paranoia and fear. He wrote of being watched, of footsteps outside at night, of whispers in the dark. I dismissed it as the ramblings of a man who had spent too much time alone. Still, Unease settled in my stomach as I left the cabin and made my way back. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind against the walls, set my nerves on edge. I told myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on me. The following days were a blur. I tried to relax, to enjoy the peace, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I started noticing subtle changes. Items slightly moved, footprints near the porch, the distinct feeling of not being alone. One evening, as dusk settled, I heard movement outside. Peering through the window, I saw nothing, but the sensation persisted. I decided to leave the next morning. At dawn, I packed my things and loaded the car. As I turned the key in the ignition, the engine sputtered and died. I tried again, nothing. Popping the hood, I discovered the battery was gone. Panic set in. With no cell service and miles from the nearest town, I was stranded. I remembered the old cabin and the journal. Perhaps there was something there that could help. A tool, a spare battery, anything. Returning to the abandoned cabin, I searched thoroughly. In a back room, I found a dusty toolbox and, miraculously, a car battery. It was old, but it might work. As I turned to leave, I heard footsteps outside. Holding my breath, I waited. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped. I peeked through a crack in the wall, but saw no one. Heart pounding, I made a run for it, clutching the battery. The forest seemed darker, the trees closing in. Every snap of a twig made me jump. Back at my cabin, I installed the battery, praying it would work. The engine roared to life. Without hesitation, I sped down the dirt road, not looking back. I never returned to that cabin. Later, I learned that Thomas, the man from the journal, had vanished without a trace. Locals believed he had succumbed to the isolation, perhaps lost in the woods. I don't know what I experienced out there. Maybe it was just my imagination, fueled by solitude and an old journal. Or maybe some places are better left undisturbed. It was early October when I decided to take a solo trip up to the woods in northern Michigan. I had found a small, private cabin for rent through a listing on an old forum. It wasn't listed on Airbnb or any of the popular rental sites. The photos showed a simple, wooden structure with a small deck surrounded by thick forest. The place didn't even have Wi-Fi or cell service, which honestly was what drew me to it. I needed to be away from everything, people, deadlines, notifications. I had been running on fumes for months and needed to reset. The drive up there took longer than I expected. I left around noon but didn't arrive until almost 7 in the evening. The last hour of the drive was on a winding dirt road that narrowed the farther I went. Trees leaned in on both sides, making it feel like I was being swallowed by the forest. I didn't see another car or even a house for miles. By the time I finally saw the cabin through the trees, the sky had already dimmed to that blue-gray color that comes right before sunset. The air felt damp and cold when I stepped out of the car. The cabin looked just like the pictures, basic but sturdy, made of rough-cut logs with a green metal roof and a single chimney on the side. There was a stack of firewood by the door and a simple note taped to the inside of the screen door. It had directions for the wood stove, where to find the extra water jugs, since there was no running water, and a reminder to latch the outer shutters if the wind picked up. The inside of the cabin was just one room with a bed in one corner, a small table and 2 chairs in the middle, and the wood stove near the opposite wall. There was a cooler provided, and a couple of shelves stocked with canned food, a kettle, matches, and other basics. I'd brought enough food for 4 days and had a good flashlight, batteries, a knife, and a thick sleeping bag. That first night passed quietly. I made a simple dinner, sat on the deck for a while listening to the wind move through the trees, then went inside once it got too cold. I started a fire in the stove and read for a couple of hours before turning in. It was so quiet out there. Not just no traffic or talking, no hum of electronics, no buzzing from streetlights. I didn't realize how much background noise I lived with until it was all gone. The next morning, I woke up early and went for a hike. There was a trail that started just behind the cabin and looped around a small lake about a mile away. The path wasn't marked, but it was worn enough to follow easily. The forest felt thick and alive. I saw deer, a fox, and a ton of birds. I didn't see or hear any people. I took my time, stopping often just to listen. By the time I got back to the cabin, it was mid-afternoon. I made some coffee over the fire and sat outside with my journal. That's when I noticed something strange. I'd been sitting for a while, probably close to an hour, and I hadn't heard a single bird call or rustle in the trees. It had gone completely silent. Not like before when it was peacefully quiet, this felt different, heavier. I tried to brush it off, but the longer it went on, the more it got to me. I went back inside and closed the door. I tried reading again, but I kept glancing up, like I was expecting to see someone through the window. Later that evening, I chopped some firewood and brought it inside. As I was walking back and forth between the woodpile and the stove, I noticed a large boot print in the dirt near the steps. It wasn't mine. The tread was different and it was deeper, like whoever made it had been heavier than me. I stood there staring at it for a long time. Then I looked around at the ground nearby and found 2 more prints leading away toward the trees. That was it. No prints coming in, just those few going out. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up to every little noise. A few times I got up and checked the windows. I made sure the door was locked and the shutters latched. Nothing happened, but I never fully relaxed. By morning, I was exhausted. I decided to leave a day early. I started packing up around noon. But when I went outside to load my cooler into the car, I found something that stopped me cold. There were fresh boot prints again, this time circling the cabin. Not just 2 or 3 dozens. They were spaced out like someone had slowly walked around the place multiple times. Some were close to the windows. One was right at the front door. My stomach dropped. I hadn't heard anything during the night, but clearly someone had been there. I opened the car and threw my bag in. I didn't care about organizing anything. I just wanted to get out. When I turned the key in the ignition, nothing happened. I tried again. Nothing. No click, no sputter, just silence. The dashboard lights didn't even come on. It was like the battery had been completely drained. I popped the hood and checked the connections. Everything looked fine. I don't know much about cars, but I know how to tell if a battery is loose. It wasn't. My hands started to shake. I backed away from the car and looked around the clearing. The trees were still. The air was cold. I didn't hear anything, no birds, no wind, just like the day before. I went back inside the cabin and locked the door. I kept the fire going and sat at the table with my knife on one side and my flashlight on the other. I kept listening. Hours passed. It got dark. I didn't eat. I just waited. That night, I barely slept. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, heavy steps. They stopped in front of the door. Then nothing. I held my breath, gripping the knife. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. I never heard them walk away. But when the sky started to lighten, I opened the door a crack and saw new prints in the dirt, right up to the door again. The rest of that day was a blur. I stayed inside, too afraid to leave. I tried the car again, but it was still dead. I considered walking back the way I came, but it was over 10 miles to the main road and I didn't want to risk running into whoever had been coming around the cabin. I waited another night. More footsteps, more prints. By the 3rd day, I was running low on food and water. I had to make a choice. I packed a small bag, kept my knife on me, and left a note inside the cabin with the time I left, in case something happened to me. I started walking. I stayed on the trail and moved fast. I didn't stop. Every time I thought I heard something behind me, I turned and looked, but saw nothing. Still, I felt watched. The whole way. After 4 hours, I finally made it to the main road. A truck passed by after about 15 minutes and I flagged it down. The guy gave me a ride to the nearest town. I called a tow truck and later had my car towed to a local garage. They said the battery had been completely drained, but there was no reason why. No lights left on, no bad connections, no visible damage. They couldn't explain it. I didn't tell them about the footprints. I didn't tell anyone. I just went home. A few days later, I checked the rental forum and the listing was gone, like it had never been there. I went through my browser history, but the page was missing. That was 6 months ago. I haven't gone back into the woods since. I still go over every detail in my mind, trying to make sense of it. The most realistic explanation is that someone knew about that cabin, maybe used it themselves sometimes, and didn't like that I was there. But whoever it was never made contact, never spoke, never showed their face. Just the footprints, the dead car, and the silence. That kind of thing changes you, makes you question what's out there, and what kind of people live close to the edge, deep in those woods, watching. I learned a few things from that trip. Never stay somewhere off-grid without letting someone know exactly where you are. Always keep a charged backup battery. And if something feels wrong, don't brush it off. Trust it. I got lucky. I walked out. But I don't think that cabin was meant for visitors. And I don't think I was the first person to learn that the hard way. I arrived at the cabin just before dusk. The sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, casting long shadows through the dense forest that surrounded the clearing. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. A week away from the noise of the city, immersed in nature, with only the sounds of the forest to keep me company. YT Scribe 1. The cabin was a modest structure, built from weathered logs with a pitched roof and a small porch. It had been in my family for generations, though it hadn't been used much in recent years. I had spent a few summers here as a child, but my memories were hazy. Still, the place felt familiar, like an old friend I hadn't seen in years. I parked my car at the edge of the clearing and began unloading my supplies. I had packed enough food and water for the week, along with a first aid kit, flashlight, batteries, and a few books to keep me entertained. I also brought along my journal, hoping to document my experiences and perhaps do some writing. Infamo.com 2. The cabin creaked as I opened the door, the hinges protesting from years of disuse. Inside, it was dark and musty, the air thick with dust. I opened the windows to let in some fresh air and light, then began cleaning up. I swept the floors, wiped down the surfaces, and made the bed with the linens I had brought. By the time I finished, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the forest was cloaked in darkness. I lit a fire in the fireplace and settled into the armchair with a book. The warmth of the fire and the crackling of the logs created a cozy atmosphere, and I felt a sense of peace wash over me. This was exactly what I needed. A break from the chaos of everyday life, a chance to reconnect with nature and myself. As the night wore on, I grew tired and decided to turn in. I extinguished the fire, locked the door, and climbed into bed. The silence of the forest was deafening, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustle of leaves in the wind. I drifted off to sleep, lulled by the sounds of the wilderness. I awoke with a start in the middle of the night. The room was pitch black, and for a moment, I was disoriented. Then I heard it, a faint scratching sound, like something brushing against the outside of the cabin. I held my breath, straining to hear. The sound continued for a few moments, then stopped. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a raccoon or a squirrel, perhaps. The forest was full of wildlife, and it wasn't uncommon for creatures to wander close to the cabin. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled in my chest. I lay awake for a while, listening to the sounds of the night, before finally drifting back to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside to investigate. The ground was damp from the morning dew, and I could see a trail of small footprints leading up to the porch. They were too small to be human, likely belonging to a raccoon or a fox. I felt a sense of relief and chided myself for letting my imagination run wild. I spent the day exploring the surrounding forest, taking in the sights and sounds of nature. The trees were tall and majestic, their branches forming a canopy overhead. Birds chirped in the distance, and the occasional rustle of leaves signaled the presence of unseen animals. I followed a narrow trail that led to a small stream, where I sat for a while, enjoying the tranquility. As the sun began to set, I made my way back to the cabin. I prepared a simple meal and ate it on the porch, watching as the sky turned from blue to orange to deep purple. The beauty of the forest at dusk was breathtaking, and I felt a deep sense of contentment. That night, I was awoken again by the scratching sound. This time, it was louder and more persistent. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. The sound seemed to be coming from the back of the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the window, peering out into the darkness. I couldn't see anything, but the scratching continued. Vocal 3. I decided to investigate. I slipped on my boots and stepped outside, the cold night air biting at my skin. I walked around to the back of the cabin, shining my flashlight into the shadows. There was nothing there, no animals, no signs of disturbance. The scratching had stopped. I stood there for a moment, listening to the silence. Then, just as I was about to turn back, I heard a twig snap behind me. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Again, there was nothing. I felt a chill run down my spine and quickly made my way back inside, locking the door behind me. The next few days passed uneventfully. I continued to explore the forest, read my books, and write in my journal. But each night, the scratching returned, always in a different location around the cabin. I never saw anything, and there were no new footprints or signs of animals. The sounds were beginning to wear on me, and I found myself growing increasingly anxious as night fell. On the fifth night, the scratching was accompanied by a low, guttural growl. It was faint, but unmistakable. I froze, my heart racing. The sound seemed to circle the cabin, moving from one side to the other. I sat in the armchair, clutching my flashlight, waiting for the sounds to stop. Eventually, they did, but sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. The next morning, I decided to cut my trip short. I packed my belongings and loaded them into the car. As I was about to leave, I noticed something on the porch, a small, carved wooden figure. It was crude, resembling a human form with exaggerated features. I had never seen it before and had no idea where it had come from. A sense of dread settled over me. I picked up the figure and examined it. It was old, the wood weathered and cracked. There were strange symbols etched into its surface, ones I didn't recognize. I considered leaving it behind but decided to take it with me, hoping to learn more about its origins. As I drove away from the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees looming overhead. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone, or something, following me. But the road remained empty. When I returned home, I placed the wooden figure on my desk and began researching its symbols. I scoured books and online resources, trying to find any information that could shed light on its meaning. Eventually, I came across a reference to similar carvings used by indigenous tribes as protective talismans, meant to ward off evil spirits. The symbols were believed to trap malevolent entities, preventing them from causing harm. I realized that the figure had likely been placed at the cabin for protection, and by removing it, I might have unleashed whatever it was meant to contain. A sense of guilt and fear washed over me. I decided to return the figure to the cabin, hoping to restore the balance. A few days later, I made the journey back to the cabin. As I approached, I felt a sense of unease, but I pressed on. I placed the figure back on the porch, exactly where I had found it. The forest was silent, the air still. I stood there for a moment, then turned and left, hoping that I had done the right thing. Since then, the scratching has stopped. The nights are peaceful once more, and I no longer feel the oppressive presence that had haunted me. I still don't know what it was that I encountered at the cabin, but I have learned to respect the mysteries of the forest and the traditions of those who came before me. I had been looking forward to the trip for months. After the stress and endless noise of city life, I was desperate to find some peace and quiet. The idea of spending a few days alone in a cabin deep in the woods seemed like the perfect escape. No people, no phones, no distractions, just me and nature. I booked a small, remote cabin tucked away in a national forest, far from the nearest town or road. The pictures showed a cozy wooden cabin surrounded by tall pines, with a small fire pit outside and a little lake about a quarter-mile away. I imagined waking up to birdsong, spending the days hiking, reading, and just letting the world slip away. The drive was long, winding through narrow forest roads, many of which were dirt or gravel. The sun was already setting by the time I pulled up to the cabin. It sat quietly at the end of a rutted driveway, its windows dark and the wooden walls weathered but sturdy. The air smelled fresh and crisp, carrying that sharp pine scent that always made me feel calm. There was no cell signal here, which was exactly what I wanted. I grabbed my bags, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The cabin was small but inviting. The main room had a wood stove in the corner, a simple kitchen area with a propane stove and a few shelves, and a table with 2 chairs. A narrow hallway led to a tiny bathroom and a bedroom with a single bed. The walls were pine paneling, the floor old wood planks that creaked underfoot. Everything looked clean, though clearly used over many years. I set down my bags and opened the windows to let in the cool evening air. Outside, the sun dipped behind the trees, turning the sky a deep orange and pink. I spent a few minutes unpacking and setting up. I had brought a stack of books, some food, bottled water, and a small first aid kit, just in case. I also brought a flashlight, batteries, and a portable charger for my phone, though I didn't expect much use for it here. The cabin had a propane lantern and a few candles, so I wasn't worried about the dark. I built a small fire in the stove to warm up the place, and soon the room smelled like burning pine wood. As night fell, the forest grew quiet. The usual city noises, cars, people, sirens, were gone, replaced by the gentle rustling of trees and the occasional hoot of an owl. I settled into the bed with a book, reading by the firelight. The quiet felt like a balm to my nerves. I had wanted this kind of solitude for so long, but as the night deepened, I started to notice small things, sounds that didn't quite fit. At first, it was just a snap of a twig outside, probably a deer or some small animal. Then came the occasional thump on the cabin walls, like something brushing against the wood. I told myself it was just the wind or a branch moving, but my skin prickled. The forest seemed alive in a way that was both beautiful and unnerving. I tried to focus on my book, but every little noise made me pause. Somewhere outside, there was a faint rustling, as if something large was moving through the brush. I went to the window and shone my flashlight around the clearing. Nothing, just trees, shadows, and a blanket of darkness. The cabin's isolation started to press on me. I realized how small and vulnerable I was out here. No neighbors, no help close by. If something went wrong, I was truly alone. That feeling settled in my stomach and didn't let go. I tried to sleep but found myself wide awake, alert to every sound. The forest seemed to shift and change in the dark. The wind made the trees groan and sway. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, but when I looked, there was nothing. My mind raced with every possibility, from wild animals to a lost hunter to something worse. I told myself to stay calm. I was in a public forest, not some lawless zone. Still, the fear had planted itself deep. Around 3 a.m., I woke suddenly to a loud thump on the cabin door. My heart jumped into my throat. I sat frozen in bed, listening. Another thump, this time followed by a scraping sound, like claws or something being dragged. I gripped my flashlight and moved slowly to the door, trying not to make a noise. I checked the peephole. Nothing, just the dark woods, swaying trees, and shadows. No sign of anyone or anything. I unlocked the door quietly and cracked it open a few inches. The cold night air hit my face. The ground was covered in pine needles and leaves. There were no footprints in the dirt, not even disturbed leaves. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I closed and locked the door, bolted it from the inside, and retreated to the bed. The rest of the night passed in restless, fitful sleep. Morning came slowly. The sky was gray and overcast, the sunlight weak and diffused. I ate some cold cereal and coffee from a thermos I'd brought, trying to shake the night's fear. Outside, the forest looked peaceful and still, but I kept looking over my shoulder. I decided to spend the day hiking, to keep my mind busy and remind myself why I came here. I had a map of the area and a compass. I left the cabin with my pack, a water bottle, some snacks, and the flashlight, just in case. The trail was narrow and rocky, winding through dense forest. The trees towered overhead, blocking much of the sky. As I walked, I noticed signs of animals. Broken branches, scat, tracks in the mud, but no direct sightings. The forest was quiet except for the sound of my boots on the dirt and the occasional bird call. The air smelled of damp earth and pine. After a couple of hours, I reached a small stream and sat down to rest and drink water. I felt a little better outside the cabin, but something was still off. The feeling of being watched was there again, a prickling at the back of my neck. I kept scanning the trees, but nothing moved. Still, I could not shake the sense that I wasn't alone. As I turned to head back, I realized I'd lost the trail. The path I'd been following seemed to vanish, swallowed by thick underbrush. I checked my map and compass, but the dense forest made it hard to get a clear direction. I backtracked a few steps, trying to find a landmark, but everything looked the same. Panic started to creep in. I was out here alone, miles from the cabin, and I had no idea which way to go. The sky was beginning to darken with gathering clouds, and the wind was picking up. I knew I needed to stay calm and think clearly. I sat on a rock to rest and plan. I remembered the emergency whistle in my pack. I blew it a few times, hoping someone might hear, but the forest swallowed the sound. No response. I decided to follow the stream, hoping it would lead me back to the cabin or a road. The water was cold and clear, winding through the trees. I walked alongside it, careful not to slip on wet rocks. The forest grew thicker, the underbrush more tangled. Branches scratched my arms and legs. The light was fading fast. Hours passed. The stream twisted and turned, and I felt more lost than ever. My legs ached. My water was running low. I tried to keep my fear down, but the thought of spending the night out here alone terrified me. Suddenly, I heard a loud crack behind me. I spun around, heart pounding. Something was moving fast through the trees, breaking branches and crashing through the brush. I shone my flashlight toward the noise. For a brief second, I saw a large dark shape, too big for a deer, too low for a bear. I froze, unable to move or breathe. The shape stopped at the edge of the clearing and stared in my direction. Its eyes caught the light, reflecting a dull yellow. It was a man, dirty and ragged, dressed in torn clothes. His face was shadowed, but I could see he had a wild look, something desperate and dangerous in his eyes. I backed away slowly, trying to keep him in sight but not provoke him. The man took a step toward me, then another. I knew I had to get away. I turned and ran along the stream, pushing through bushes and roots. The man shouted something I couldn't understand, but I didn't stop. I kept running until my legs gave out and I collapsed near a fallen tree. My breath came in gasps, my chest burning. I had no choice but to try to find the cabin on my own. Using the last light, I forced myself to stand and head back the way I thought was right. The man didn't follow, but the fear stayed with me. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw the faint glow of the cabin's window through the trees. Relief flooded me. I ran the last stretch and threw myself against the door, locking it behind me. I barricaded it with a heavy chair and checked the windows. They were all shut tight. I pulled the curtains closed, turned on the propane lantern, and sat against the wall, trembling. The forest was silent again. That night was the longest of my life. I didn't sleep. I sat awake, listening to every sound, holding a kitchen knife close. I thought about calling for help in the morning, but my phone still had no signal. When dawn came, I cautiously stepped outside, scanning the woods. No sign of the man. The forest looked peaceful once more, but I knew better now. I packed up everything, deciding to cut the trip short. I drove back along the narrow roads, my heart still pounding. It was early November when I decided to take a break from everything. My job had been grinding me down for months, and things at home were tense. I wasn't fighting with anyone in particular. I was just tired, mentally worn out, emotionally flat. I'd saved up some time off and found a cheap rental cabin online. It was about 4 hours north of where I lived in Indiana, tucked away near a forgotten stretch of wooded hills and gravel roads. The photos looked clean but plain. No luxury, just a single-story wooden cabin with a covered porch, a wood stove, and an outhouse about 30 feet out the back door. It looked perfect, quiet, isolated. That's all I wanted. The drive up was mostly empty. I stopped once to fill up and grab some groceries: canned chili, instant coffee, bottled water, and a few protein bars. I had packed my camping stove just in case the kitchen didn't work right. I brought a couple books I never finished, a flashlight, a small hatchet, and my old .22 rifle. I wasn't expecting trouble, but I liked to be prepared, especially that far off from town. By the time I turned onto the long gravel driveway, the sun was starting to drop. It was only around 5, but the season had changed and the days were shorter. The drive into the trees felt long, and the brush on either side clawed at the sides of my car. I had to slow down to avoid bottoming out on the uneven trail. There were no signs, no mailboxes, just a slow, rough crawl through leafless woods until the trees broke open to a small clearing. The cabin sat there like it had been waiting for me. The grass was patchy and dying, and the whole area was quiet. Just the creak of the trees and the low wind moving dead leaves across the dirt. I parked and stepped out. The air was colder than I thought it would be, and my breath came out in short, white bursts. I grabbed my bag and groceries and made 2 trips inside. The door stuck a little, and the hinges gave a low squeal when I pushed it open. The inside smelled like old firewood, dust, and dry pine. It was one room, basically. A queen-sized bed sat in one corner, opposite a brick hearth and wood stove. There was a tiny kitchen with an old gas oven, a small fridge humming quietly in the corner, and a round wooden table with 2 mismatched chairs. I dropped my things and gave the place a quick once-over. It was clean enough, no mice, no bugs, just cold and a little stale. I unpacked, lit the propane heater mounted on the wall, and opened a can of chili to heat on the stove. I didn't have cell service, which I expected, so I set my phone down and just listened to the sound of the wind. I thought it would bother me more, but it didn't. Not at first. That night was uneventful. I read until my eyes burned, then crawled into bed and pulled the thick blankets over me. The wind outside grew stronger as it got darker, and a couple times I heard branches slap the side of the cabin or leaves skitter across the porch. Nothing abnormal for a place surrounded by trees. I fell asleep easily, deeper than I had in weeks. The next morning I woke up stiff and cold. The propane heater had clicked off sometime during the night. I got up and relit it, then made some instant coffee and stepped outside to pee, since the outhouse was too far for how groggy I felt. The sky was cloudy, and the forest looked gray and quiet. I walked the edge of the clearing for a bit, just to stretch my legs. The trees were bare and tall, swaying in the wind but not making much noise. No birds, no squirrels, no deer, just dead leaves and silence. I didn't think much of it. I figured the colder weather had pushed the animals deeper into the forest. I spent the day chopping a little firewood, making a quick hike down a trail I found behind the cabin, and finishing one of the books I brought. That night, I used the wood stove for the first time, and it warmed the cabin quickly. I fell asleep on the couch with the fire crackling softly beside me. At some point during the night, I woke up suddenly. There was no noise. Nothing woke me up. I just opened my eyes. The fire had gone out, and the room was dark, except for the faint gray light from the window. I looked around, heart thumping harder than it should have been. I thought maybe a sound had gotten into my dream and jolted me awake, but I couldn't remember hearing anything. I got up, lit a candle, and sat at the kitchen table trying to calm down. My breath felt too loud in the room. The next morning, I felt on edge. I chalked it up to the quiet and the isolation messing with my nerves. I made some more coffee and walked outside to clear my head. I looked at the trees and something felt wrong. Not scary, just off. I didn't know how to explain it, but the forest seemed too still, like the quiet was too thick. I walked the trail again, further this time, about a mile down. It twisted through a low gully, and I noticed something that made me stop. A small pile of rocks, neatly stacked. Maybe someone marking a trail, but there were no other signs of use, no footprints, no wrappers, no trash. Just a weird little mound of stones. That night, I couldn't shake the unease. I kept glancing toward the windows, and when the fire finally died out around 2 in the morning, I didn't bother restarting it. I lay in bed, tense and fully awake, listening. That's when I heard it. A dull thud from outside, like something heavy hitting the porch. Then silence. Then another, slower thud. I sat up in bed, completely alert. I didn't move. I waited. Another sound, something scraping softly. I reached for the .22 next to the bed and stayed completely still. The sound went away after a while. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe more. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I checked the porch. Nothing was out of place. No tracks. No signs of animals. Nothing moved. I told myself it was probably a branch or something else blowing around in the wind. But it hadn't been windy. The air was still and cold. I walked the edge of the clearing again, scanning the woods. I didn't see anything, but I felt watched. I don't know how else to say it. My skin crawled. I stayed inside the rest of the day. That evening, as the sun went down, I considered leaving. I had paid for the week, and it was only day 4, but something in my gut said it wasn't worth it anymore. But I convinced myself I was just freaking out over nothing. That night, I locked the door, put the rifle beside the bed, and forced myself to sleep. At around 3 in the morning, I heard it again. Not the thud this time, something softer. Scraping again. Then a light tap on the front door. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Another tap. Then silence. I lay there with my eyes open until morning. When I finally worked up the nerve to check, the porch was still empty. No marks, no footprints, no signs of anything. I walked around the side of the cabin, scanning the tree line. About 30 feet out, I saw something that stopped me cold. Another small pile of rocks. This one was stacked taller, and it hadn't been there the day before. I decided right then I was leaving. I packed up, stuffed everything back in the car, and didn't bother checking out. I backed down the gravel driveway as fast as I could without wrecking the suspension, and I didn't stop until I hit pavement. I didn't look back at the cabin. I drove straight home. I tried to forget about it, but for weeks afterward, I had trouble sleeping. Every little sound made my heart race. Eventually, I started researching the area. I couldn't find much, just that the cabin was one of a few old hunting lodges built decades ago and later rented out. No stories, no murders, nothing unusual. But the thing that got to me? On an old hiking forum, I found a post from 6 years ago. A guy talking about that same stretch of woods. He said he found little stone piles out there too. Thought they were weird. But then, later in the thread, he said he started hearing tapping sounds on his tent when he camped nearby. Always at night. Always between 2 and 3 in the morning. He never found out what caused it. Just said he never went back. I didn't reply to the post. I didn't save it. I didn't want to give it more life than it already had. But it made one thing very clear to me. I wasn't imagining it. There are places in the world that are quiet for a reason. Not haunted, not cursed, just places where people don't belong. And the scariest part isn't what you see. It's what you can't explain when it's over. The way it lingers. The way it makes you wonder what would have happened if you hadn't left when you did. I haven't gone back. I won't. Some places should be left alone. That cabin is one of them. It was early October when I decided to spend a week alone in a small cabin up in northern Minnesota. I had found the place through a private listing. It was an old trapper's cabin, tucked deep in the woods near the edge of a lake. The guy who owned it didn't use it anymore and was renting it out to people who wanted peace and quiet. I needed that badly. My job had been eating me alive for years, and I hadn't taken a proper break in over 2 years. I just wanted to go somewhere with no cell service, no email, and no traffic noise. Just trees, water, and my own thoughts. The drive from my apartment in Minneapolis to the cabin took about 5 hours. The last hour was all winding dirt roads that got narrower and bumpier the farther I went. There were no signs, no driveways, no markers of any kind. Just GPS and a hand-drawn map the owner had emailed me. I almost missed the turnoff. A narrow path barely wide enough for my car, hidden behind a wall of brush. Once I turned in, the woods closed around me like a tunnel. I drove slowly, branches scraping the sides of my car, until I saw the cabin. It was small and square, with a tin roof and dark wooden walls. A little porch sagged off the front, and there was a single rocking chair beside the door. No lights were on. The place looked like it had been abandoned for years. The lake was just a short walk away, visible through the trees. It was calm and perfectly still, like a piece of black glass. Inside the cabin, things were basic. There was a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, a bed pushed up against the back wall, and a small kitchen area with a hand pump for water. No electricity, no plumbing. The outhouse was about 30 feet behind the cabin, tucked under some birch trees. Everything smelled like dry wood and dust. I opened all the windows to let the place air out. I spent the first day unpacking and settling in. I had brought enough food for the week: cans of soup, rice, beans, trail mix, instant coffee. I also had a good hunting knife, a flashlight, and a big rechargeable lantern. Once the sun started going down, I got a fire going in the stove and read by lantern light until I got tired. I woke up a few times that first night. It wasn't any specific noise that got me up, just the kind of alertness that comes from being in an unfamiliar place. The woods were completely silent. No wind, no animals, not even crickets. It was like everything out there was holding its breath. The next few days followed the same slow rhythm. I woke up, boiled water for coffee, ate breakfast, walked down to the lake, hiked through the woods, chopped firewood. I tried fishing but didn't catch anything. I explored the trails behind the cabin. I saw deer prints, a few rabbits, and once I found what looked like a bear track, but it was old and faded. I never saw or heard another person. No planes overhead, no boats on the lake, nothing. On the 4th day, things started to feel different. I woke up feeling unsettled. There were marks in the dirt outside the cabin that hadn't been there before. They looked like boot prints, but the pattern was strange. Not like a normal tread. The toe was long and thin, and the heel was wide, almost like a snowshoe or a sandal. I followed the tracks around the cabin. They circled the whole structure, even went up onto the porch and back down. Then they disappeared into the woods. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I kept scanning the woods, listening for anything, but I didn't see or hear anything unusual. That night, I slept with the lantern on. I kept my knife beside me on the table. The next morning, the tracks were back. More of them this time. They were in front of the door, under the windows, around the back. One set even led straight to the outhouse and back. Again, they vanished into the trees. I started wondering if someone was messing with me. Maybe a local who didn't like outsiders, or maybe just some lunatic squatter. I walked the edge of the woods, shouting out into the trees, but there was no answer. Nothing moved out there. That afternoon, I packed up my stuff. I didn't feel right anymore. I kept thinking about those tracks, the way they came so close to the cabin but never made a sound. I decided I'd stay one more night just to get a good night's sleep, and then head out first thing in the morning. But that night was worse. I barely slept. Every time I started to drift off, I thought I heard something outside. Twigs snapping, leaves crunching, faint shuffling steps. Once I thought I saw a shadow pass in front of the window. I jumped up and swung the lantern toward it, but there was nothing there. I stayed up the rest of the night, knife in hand. At sunrise, I went outside and saw what I had feared. The prints were back again, more than ever. This time, they weren't just around the cabin. They led right up to the front door, stopped, and turned back. And then I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the porch, pressed into the wood right by the door, was a single palm print. It was smeared, like it had been made with something wet. It wasn't blood, not really, but it was dark and sticky, and it hadn't been there the day before. I threw everything in the car. I didn't even eat breakfast. I just wanted out of there. The dirt path felt longer than before, and every sound in the woods made me jump. I didn't relax until I was back on the main road. Back in the city, I tried to forget about it. I told myself it was just some weirdo messing around. Maybe a trapper who didn't like someone else using the cabin. I emailed the owner and told him there had been signs of someone near the cabin at night, but he never replied. I looked him up again, but the listing was gone. His email bounced back. Weeks passed. I tried not to think about it. But then one day, I found something in the trunk of my car. It was a small piece of folded paper, wedged into the corner where the spare tire sat. It wasn't mine. The paper was thick, almost like parchment, and on it was a rough drawing of a footprint, long toe, wide heel, just like the ones I had seen around the cabin. Underneath, written in shaky, uneven letters, were the words, "Stay out of the woods." That was over a year ago. I haven't gone camping since. I don't hike anymore either. I still think about it sometimes, especially when I hear stories about people going missing in remote areas. I don't know who or what was out there in those woods, but I do know I was never supposed to be there. And whatever it was, it didn't want me to come back. I needed to get away. After the chaos of the past year, the idea of solitude in the woods was appealing. I found a listing for a secluded cabin in the northern reaches of the state. No neighbors for miles, no cell service, just me and nature. I packed my essentials: food, water, a first aid kit, and some books. The drive took me through winding roads and dense forests, the kind where the trees seem to close in around you. The cabin was rustic but sturdy, perched on a small hill overlooking a frozen lake. Inside, it had the basics: a wood-burning stove, a small kitchen, and a single bedroom. There was no electricity, but I had brought a portable generator and some fuel. I set up camp, lit a fire, and settled in for what I hoped would be a peaceful retreat. The first night was uneventful. The silence was deafening, but I welcomed it. I read by lantern light and fell asleep to the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. Vocal 1. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. I followed a narrow trail that led deeper into the woods. The snow was fresh, and my footprints were the only ones visible. After a couple of hours, I returned to the cabin, made lunch, and spent the afternoon chopping wood. Infamo.com. 2. That evening, as I was preparing dinner, I noticed something odd. The door, which I was sure I had closed, was slightly ajar. I chalked it up to the wind and secured it tightly. Later, as I was reading, I thought I heard footsteps outside. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the area, but saw nothing, just trees and snow. The following day, I found footprints around the cabin. They weren't mine. They circled the building and led off into the woods. A chill ran down my spine. I decided to stay indoors that day, keeping the fire going and my eyes on the windows. That night, I heard scratching at the back door. It was faint, but unmistakable. I didn't dare open it. Instead, I sat in silence, clutching the axe I had used for chopping wood. The scratching stopped after a while, but I didn't sleep. Hugging face 3. The next morning, I found the back door wide open. Snow had blown in, covering the floor. I checked my supplies, nothing was missing. I couldn't understand what was happening. I decided to leave, but my car wouldn't start. The engine was dead, and the battery was drained. I was stranded. I spent the day trying to fix the car, but to no avail. That night, I barricaded the doors and windows. I didn't sleep. Every creak and groan of the cabin set my nerves on edge. The next few days were a blur. I rationed my food and tried to keep the fire going. I heard noises outside, footsteps, whispers, the occasional knock on the walls. I was losing my grip. On the 5th day, I saw someone in the woods, a figure, standing among the trees watching the cabin. I shouted, but they didn't respond. I ran outside, but they were gone. I found more footprints, leading away into the forest. I decided to follow them. I packed a bag with essentials and set off. The trail led me deeper into the woods, through areas I hadn't explored. After several hours, I came upon another cabin, older and more decrepit than mine. I approached cautiously. YT Scribe 4. Inside, I found signs of recent habitation. A fire pit with fresh ashes, empty food cans, and a sleeping bag. Whoever had been here was gone, but not for long. I decided to wait, hoping to find answers. Vocal 5. As night fell, I heard footsteps approaching. I hid in a corner, clutching my axe. The door creaked open, and a man entered. He was disheveled, with wild eyes and a gaunt face. He looked around, then sat by the fire pit, lighting a small flame. I stepped out of the shadows and confronted him. He was startled but didn't react aggressively. We sat in silence for a while, the fire between us. Eventually, he spoke, telling me he had been living in the woods for years, avoiding society. He had seen my cabin and was curious. He admitted to watching me, entering the cabin when I was away, and even sabotaging my car. He said he wanted to scare me away, fearing I would attract others to the area. I was furious but also relieved. There were no ghosts or monsters, just a man broken by isolation. I convinced him to help me fix my car. The next day, we returned to my cabin, and with his help, I got the engine running. I offered to take him back to civilization, but he refused. He preferred the solitude. I left the cabin behind, returning to the world with a newfound appreciation for human connection. The experience haunted me, not because of supernatural horrors, but because of the very real consequences of isolation and the human need for companionship. I had always dreamed of escaping the city, finding solace in the solitude of nature. So when I stumbled upon a listing for a secluded cabin nestled deep within the woods of northern Canada, I didn't hesitate. The price was surprisingly affordable, and the photos showcased a rustic charm that appealed to my desire for simplicity. Vocal 1, Vocal 2. The drive was long and treacherous, with winding roads that seemed to stretch endlessly. The further I ventured, the more isolated I became. Cell service disappeared, and the dense forest enveloped me, casting shadows that danced across the narrow path. TV tropes 3. Upon arrival, the cabin stood stoically amidst towering pines, its wooden exterior weathered by time. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and distant calls of wildlife. I felt a mix of excitement and unease as I stepped onto the creaking porch and unlocked the door. Vocal 4. Inside, the air was musty, carrying the scent of aged wood and damp earth. Dust particles floated in the beams of sunlight that filtered through the grimy windows. The furnishings were minimal: a worn armchair, a small table, and a fireplace that hadn't seen use in years. I set down my backpack and began to settle in. Vocal 2. That first night, the forest came alive. The wind howled through the trees, and branches scraped against the cabin's exterior. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, every creak and groan of the old structure amplified in the darkness. Sleep eluded me. Hugging face 5. Over the next few days, I tried to embrace the solitude. I hiked the surrounding trails, gathered firewood, and attempted to fish in the nearby stream. But an unshakable feeling of being watched lingered. I would catch glimpses of movement from the corner of my eye, only to find nothing there. At night, I heard footsteps crunching the underbrush outside, but when I peered out the window, the darkness revealed nothing. Hugging face 5. One morning, I discovered footprints leading up to the cabin, circling it before disappearing into the woods. They were human, barefoot, and fresh. Panic set in. I was miles from the nearest town with no means of communication. I began to question my decision to isolate myself so completely. Vocal 6. I started locking the door at all times, barricading it with furniture at night. Sleep became scarce, and my nerves frayed. I considered leaving, but the thought of navigating the treacherous roads alone, possibly being followed, terrified me more. One evening, as I sat by the fire, I heard a soft knock at the door. My heart raced. I remained silent, hoping whoever or whatever was outside would leave. The knocking persisted, growing louder and more frantic. I grabbed the fireplace poker, my only weapon, and stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, the knocking ceased. I waited, straining to hear any movement. Minutes passed, then hours. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I cautiously opened the door. A small bundle lay on the porch. A dead rabbit, its neck broken. I recoiled in horror. This was no accident. Someone was toying with me. I decided I couldn't stay any longer. I packed my belongings and prepared to leave. As I stepped outside, I noticed more footprints, this time leading away from the cabin. I followed them cautiously, hoping to find answers. The trail led me to a clearing where I discovered another cabin, hidden among the trees. It was dilapidated, with broken windows and a sagging roof. Curiosity got the better of me, and I stepped inside. YT Scribe 7. The interior was in shambles, with overturned furniture and debris scattered across the floor. On the walls were photographs, yellowed with age, depicting a man who bore a striking resemblance to me. In one, he stood in front of the very cabin I had been staying in. I felt a chill run down my spine. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned to see a man standing in the doorway, his face obscured by shadows. He didn't speak, but the tension in the air was palpable. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran, not stopping until I reached my car. I drove away, the forest closing in around me. I didn't look back. To this day, I don't know who that man was or why he resembled me, but I learned a valuable lesson. Sometimes, solitude isn't as peaceful as it seems. It started with an ad I saw online. I had been looking for somewhere quiet to go for a few days, just to clear my head. My job had been stressful lately, and I was getting headaches every day from staring at screens. I didn't want to go anywhere crowded or fancy. I just wanted a place where I could sit by a fire, maybe go for some walks in the woods, cook simple meals, and get a break from everything. The ad said the cabin was deep in the woods, about 2.5 hours from where I lived. No neighbors for miles, no Wi-Fi, no cell signal. That sounded perfect to me. The photos showed a small wooden cabin with a metal roof, a stone chimney, a little deck out front with 2 old chairs, and a woodpile. It looked weathered but clean. There was a lake nearby, and the listing said there was a canoe I could use. It was just what I needed. I booked it for 4 nights and packed light. I brought a cooler full of groceries, my sleeping bag, a flashlight, a camping stove just in case, and a few books. I left early on a Wednesday morning, hoping to beat traffic. The drive was smooth until the last 30 miles, which turned into gravel roads. The further I got, the narrower and rougher the road became. My car bounced over potholes and dipped into muddy spots. I didn't pass another car the whole way in. By the time I reached the cabin, it was just afternoon. It looked exactly like the pictures. Tucked under tall pines, the cabin sat in a small clearing with just enough room to park off to the side. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth. There were birds chirping, and I heard the sound of water not too far away. I got out, stretched, and stood still for a minute, just listening. It was the most quiet I'd heard in years. I let myself in with the key the owner had hidden under a rock by the door. The inside was simple. 1 room, basically. There was a small kitchen on one end with a propane stove and an old fridge. A tiny table with 2 chairs. In the middle, there was a couch that looked like it had seen better days, and a rug that didn't quite cover the whole floor. At the far end was a bed with a wool blanket and a few pillows. There was a bathroom off to one side with a compost toilet and a pump sink. That was it. No TV, no internet. Just quiet. I unpacked, put my food in the fridge, and sat on the front deck for a while. The wind rustled the trees now and then, and I could hear the lake through the woods. After a bit, I decided to walk down and check it out. The path behind the cabin was narrow and looked like it hadn't been used much. It wound downhill through thick trees and underbrush. I kept expecting to see a clearing, but it took longer than I thought. Finally, the trees opened up to a small lake, maybe 200 yards across, surrounded by dense forest. The water was dark and still. There was a canoe pulled up on the bank, upside down. I sat on a rock by the edge of the water and just watched for a while. A dragonfly hovered over the surface, and something moved beneath the water near the reeds. Maybe a fish. I stayed there until the sun started dipping and the light turned golden. I headed back up the trail, a little slower than I had come down. The first night was calm. I made pasta, read a few chapters of my book, and fell asleep around 10. I kept the windows cracked to let in the cool air. The woods were quiet except for the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustling of leaves. At one point, I thought I heard something outside, maybe something walking through the brush, but I told myself it was a deer or a raccoon. The second day, I spent most of the morning down at the lake. I took the canoe out and paddled slowly around the edge. The lake was deeper than it looked, and the bottom disappeared into blackness a few feet from shore. I couldn't see another cabin or house. No docks, no signs of people. It felt like the world had ended and I was the last one left. That afternoon, I hiked around the edge of the lake and followed a deer trail up a ridge. I didn't have a map, but I made sure to mark trees with broken sticks so I could find my way back. From the top of the ridge, I could see for miles, just endless forest and the shimmer of the lake far below. That evening, after dinner, I was sitting on the deck again when I saw something strange. Across the clearing, just inside the tree line, I saw movement. It was quick, like someone ducking behind a tree. I stood up and stared but didn't see anything else. My stomach tightened. I waited a while, but nothing moved again. Eventually, I went inside and locked the door. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing faint sounds. Twigs snapping, maybe something brushing against the side of the cabin. I told myself it was animals, but it didn't feel right. It felt like something was watching me. At one point, I got up and looked out the front window. The clearing was empty, but my eyes kept scanning the trees, waiting to see something move. On the third day, I tried to shake the feeling off. I told myself I was just not used to being alone in the woods. I made breakfast, drank some coffee, and went down to the lake again. I didn't see anything strange, but I couldn't enjoy it like I had before. I kept looking over my shoulder. Later that day, I went for another walk, this time in the opposite direction from the lake. I followed a game trail uphill for about 20 minutes before I saw something that stopped me cold. In the dirt off to the side of the trail, there were footprints. Bare footprints. Not animal tracks, human. They looked fresh, maybe from that morning. They led off the trail and disappeared into the underbrush. No sign of where they had come from. I stood there for a long time. My heart was pounding. There shouldn't be anyone out here. I hadn't seen a single person in over 2 days. I followed the trail a little further, but I couldn't stop thinking about the prints. I turned around and headed back. That night, I barely slept. I kept the lights on. At one point, just past midnight, I heard the sound of something lightly tapping on the front door. Not knocking, just a light, irregular tapping. I froze. I didn't move for over an hour. It eventually stopped. The next morning, I decided I was done. I packed up quickly and loaded my stuff into the car. I didn't even eat breakfast. I just wanted to get out. As I was backing out of the clearing, I saw something in the rearview mirror that made my chest seize up. There was a figure standing just inside the woods. I slammed the brakes and turned around. But when I looked again, there was nothing there. I drove fast on the way out. Too fast for the condition of the road. My tires skidded a few times in the gravel, but I didn't care. I didn't feel safe until I hit pavement again. I didn't stop until I got to a gas station an hour away. I went inside, sat in the bathroom, and tried to calm down. When I got home, I emailed the owner and said I had left early due to an emergency. I didn't mention anything else. They refunded me for the last night without asking questions. I still don't know who or what was out there. I've thought about it a lot since then. Could have been someone else camping nearby, someone who wanted to scare me. Maybe some recluse living off-grid. Maybe even a squatter using the place when it wasn't rented. But the footprints, the tapping, the figure in the woods, it all felt intentional. Like whoever it was knew I was there and wanted me to know they were watching. I haven't been back to the woods since. I still think about it sometimes, especially when I'm lying in bed at night and the house is quiet. I think about the feeling I had there, that prickling on the back of my neck, that certainty that I was not alone. I don't think I was in danger. Not really. If someone wanted to hurt me, they had plenty of chances. I think it was more about fear, making me afraid, letting me know I didn't belong there. It worked. I've stayed away from cabins since then. I still go on hikes sometimes, but only in places with other people around. I've learned that nature isn't always peaceful, and some places, no matter how beautiful, just don't want you there.